Welcome back, Archie, to the Zoom room officially. Really good chat there. Nice lead into today's session, which is all about who created us, getting really to the absolute core of this. We have looked at this before, but this is actually it's a lesson that's been repeated. I think it's about 5 times in the course.
Mm-hmm.
It's repeated very often. It's in various forms, slightly different language, about our source. Where do we come from? Who created us or extended us? So that's the theme of today. Diving right in, let's look at our quote. So share my screen with you. So if you can read that quote from Neale Donald Walsch, kindly.
It is not God's function to create or uncreate the circumstances of your life. God created you in the image and likeness of God. You have created the rest.
Yeah, Neale Donald Walsch,
Mm.
really stating the truth very succinctly. That is a non-dual statement, isn't it?
Yes.
God created you in the image and likeness of God. But if you translate God as pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance, created or extends you. So how are this? You do the translation. Sunflower. I might actually do that next time. I'll translate that
Mm.
quote because that would be interesting, an interesting addition to this. But for now, you do it. So you read it with the alternative language instead of God and gods,
Yeah.
and just see how that comes out.
Yeah. It is not pure formless awareness or infinite abundance. So it's
Yeah,
function.
that doesn't really work. Yeah, you got it. It's
The
too
thing.
long.
Yeah.
You could say pure formless awareness of perfect loves, but I wouldn't add on the
Yeah.
infinite abundance. It just
Yeah.
becomes horribly unwieldy. So it is not perfect love's function, let's
Yeah,
say.
it is not perfect love's function, or it is not love's function. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Okay. Let's try. No, I'll just abbreviate it to perfect love. So it is
Yeah.
not perfect love's function to create or uncreate the circumstances of your life. Perfect love created you in the image and likeness of perfect love. You have created the rest.
Hmm. So that means a bit more, doesn't it? When you say
Mm.
perfect love, so well,
Yeah.
God is love. It's this perfect loving awareness. So let's
Yeah.
try it with perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance. Try that, except in the case of the
Yeah. The
possessor
first
God.
one.
Just say
Yeah.
perfect
Okay.
love. You just
Yeah.
that's why it requires a bit of like when I'm doing these. So okay, you can't just do a global replace because it doesn't work. You've got to
No.
go through each one and go.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
if it's a possessive, you can't have perfect
No.
loves and infinite abundance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Horrible, 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 horrible sound.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Okay.
perfect loves works really well in that
It
context.
does. It is not perfect love's function to create or uncreate the circumstances of your life. Perfect loving awareness, no, perfect love or infinite abundance created you in the image and likeness of perfect love and infinite abundance or
Yeah.
infinite
Yeah,
abundance.
I actually use
Oh,
and
yeah,
most of
use
the
and.
time.
Okay. Yeah.
And because it is both.
Yeah.
Perfect love is infinite abundance. They're actually the
Yes.
same thing.
Yeah.
They're just different perspectives on the same thing.
Mm.
And I've actually found that really helpful.
Yeah.
I've started doing that translation in my mind because perfect love is one thing. So that, it can be really helpful when you're thinking about relationships and
Hmm.
so on. But infinite abundance is more helpful if you're dealing with scarcity issues, fear, and so on, which are very prevalent. The world is a ego's world is based on the idea of lack and limitation and scarcity. So we face those kinds of limits all the time, and we have to remind ourselves that in truth, there's only abundance. There's only this infinite abundance, in fact. And so this scarcity that's presenting itself to us in whatever form must be an illusion. You have created the rest, as he's saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really I mean, that is a really nice quote, actually, in the alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So next time I'll do that. I'll do it as in the original and then in the alternative. But you do the translation, it suddenly becomes a lot deeper and more meaningful. And if you change created to extends, it is not God's function to create or uncreate the circumstances of your life. Perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends you, right? So it's not in the past tense, present tense. It extends you right now, and it's extending you forever, moment by moment by moment. It's what gives you life. It's what gives you any awareness whatsoever. So that is happening real time in the now, not God created you and then forgot about you. Because that's often what
but then would you change the last sentence then to read in the present tense as well? So then you have
I would change that. So here's how I do it. I'd say it is not perfect love's function to create or uncreate. I'd leave it as create because we're now talking about the ego here. To create or uncreate the circumstances of your life. That's duality, that's the illusion, that's ego. Pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance extends you in the image and likeness of itself. So, and you have miscreated the rest. Miscreated the rest.
Yes.
That's how it phrases it. Then it really hits home, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the idea of creation as now of the ego. That's why I changed generally creation to either extension or being. Sometimes he talks about creation, but he's actually referring to this primary quality of being. So then creation in that context becomes being. But if he's talking about creation as he created you, then it's an extension of this pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance, extended into your mind. Actually, there's no separation. They're not different. But in a world of separation, we use a word like extension to try and make sense of it. Okay, so that infinite, abundant, perfect, loving awareness source extends me as I am now. And that's what gives me my fundamental life, awareness, being, whatever you want to call it. That's why I have any existence whatsoever. And that has been happening for all time. And before time that was happening. You have been in the mind of God as an extension of that mind, as in fact one with that mind. You are that awareness forever, for eternity. That's what we have to realize. So the language, changing the language can really help us because it can bring it into the present moment. You can remove the past out of it. God created you. No, God extends you right now. It's very present. It's not sometime in the past you were created and then you were forgotten about. It's right now, in this very moment, moment by moment, you are being extended by this awareness that gives you your fundamental life. And this is the great secret. This is what all the great teachers have taught. It's here now. It's right here. In your very awareness, in your most fundamental awareness right now, God is there. So God has never been separate from you. Only in a delusion, only in a false concept of God could you ever be separate from your own fundamental awareness. Which is ludicrous. How can you be fundamentally separate from your own self, from your own awareness? It's not really possible if you really look at it. But the ego has convinced you that it is. That's the delusion. So this is the correction of the delusion. And we've miscreated the rest from the delusion of being a separate self.
Mm.
So that then explains what's going on in miscreation.
Mm.
We have a look at our favorite diagram. I don't know if it's your favorite diagram, but it's probably mine.
Yeah,
Seen it
it's a
enough
very
time.
useful diagram for sure.
But they're all useful, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's also, this has taken years and years to like formulate all this.
Mm.
Because you put something into a visual form, it's just that much more explainable, isn't it?
Yeah.
You visualize it. It's like, oh, okay, there you can see it. So the miscreation came from the idea of separation. We
Mm.
said in our minds, I am not pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance. I am separate from that.
Mm.
That idea became a belief because we wanted to believe it. So desire was born. We wanted to be a separate self. And then everything else comes from that. The rest, all the stuff in the red boxes and the red arrows that comes later, is a miscreation of a false idea.
Yeah.
That's all we have to realize.
Mm.
But that is so radical. That's such a radical idea
Yeah.
because it essentially does away with the entire world. You say it's all false, it's all illusory, or
Yeah.
the alternative position is it's true,
Mm.
right? There's nothing in between here. It's either false or true. And that's the non-dualistic framework.
Mm.
They can't both be true. You can't be perfectly one and also separate at the same time.
Yeah.
Those evidently those beliefs contradict each other.
Yeah.
And so this is where most teachers and teachings fall down because they don't go to the very core of it and say, look, there's an evident contradiction right there. We've got to look at that. We
Yeah.
can't like fudge that over and
Yeah.
skip over it and ignore that.
Mm.
We have to deal with that. We have to go into the hearts of that contradiction and we have to resolve that contradiction. The
Mm.
only way you're going to do that is by any ideas?
Oh, by choosing, by
Exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
choice.
making a choice.
Choice resolves the contradiction,
Yeah.
which is why this course goes over and over, emphasizes it's
Yeah.
choice. You have a choice here. You
Yeah.
can choose one or the other, but you can't choose both
Yeah.
because they contradict each other. And anyone who says you can choose both is lying.
Mm.
It's a deception because
Mm.
they're positions that fundamentally contradict each other.
Mm.
If you're not willing to see that, then you're not being honest. Then
Yeah.
you're trying the classic compromise. I'll fudge it over. I won't because I don't really want to look at that contradiction hard enough because it's
Mm.
uncomfortable. Because it's
Yeah.
going to force me to choose
Yeah.
one or the other. And in making the correct choice, I'm going to have to renounce my ego.
Mm.
So that's where this brings you to.
Mm.
Okay, so there's no hiding from that choice anymore. You have to look at that
Mm.
honestly and go, okay, whatever I do, like whatever path I take, whatever teaching I follow, I will come back to that same choice.
Mm.
There's no getting around that.
Yeah.
Every path will lead you to the same contradiction, to the same conflict between these two thought systems.
Yeah.
And then at some point, you've got to choose.
Yeah.
But what most people do is, I don't like that path. I'll go on another path because there
Mm.
must be a better way. There must be an easier way.
Mm.
But in the end, there isn't an easier way. You're going to come to the same contradiction in
Yeah.
every path you take. And if you never make that choice, you're just going to have to somehow live with the contradiction.
Mm.
Living with the contradiction is called a human life.
Mm.
Understand? You understand why human beings are so conflicted?
Yeah.
Because we live with that contradiction built into the depths of our psyche.
Yeah.
That split in our mind is the very foundation of what we call the human condition.
Mm.
That is what gave birth to individuals seemingly living in a world outside of them, who can be victimized, who can be hurt, who suffer limitation, lack, loneliness, various forms of suffering, and inevitably they die.
Mm.
It's this contradiction that breeds that condition. It's the compromise attempt. The human condition is the attempt to compromise on the truth
Yeah.
and to somehow try and be separate, but also be happy and somehow come into a world where we think that that contradiction can somehow work.
Yeah.
And then we're surprised when it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Surprised, we're upset. Why isn't this working? It should be working, because fundamentally, inherently, it cannot work.
Yeah.
If you go to the very roots of it, how can you reconcile separation with perfect oneness?
Yeah.
They evidently contradict. I'm either one, and there's then no separation at all. There's no separate entities or beings, or separation is true, and we're all separate selves, and that's the truth. And then oneness is denied.
Mm.
And oneness can't be true if we're separate.
Mm.
So these positions completely contradict each other.
Yeah. I mean, that was the biggest revelation for me, Jonathan, in the course was
Mm.
this,
Mm.
and yeah. Mm.
Well, it's actually so logical, but
Yeah.
we miss it because
Yeah.
it's a difficult truth to confront, and most teachers don't want to go there
Yeah.
because it's too controversial, it's
Yeah.
too difficult, it's too radical. I don't want to upset people. I'll lose half my audience if I tell them the truth, etc., etc. If you've got a business, the problem is if you've got a business model that relies on an illusion, then you have a vested interest in the illusion.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
So then telling the truth is going to cost you money and potentially lose your business and your followers, so you don't do it. So, it's easier just to give them platitudes and half truths and not bring them to this point of decision where they
Yeah.
have to make a difficult choice. And it isn't an easy choice. No one can make this easy for you.
Mm.
So like you can do endless amounts of courses and teachers and you've done it all. It doesn't make it easier, does it? You've still
I
got
know.
to decide yourself. No one can decide that for you.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
can bring you to the point of choice. They can
Mm.
show you the way and say, look, here it is, like I'm doing now. There it is. This is how it is. You have
Mm.
to choose, but
Mm.
no one can choose for you.
No.
Obviously, it's your free will, it's your choice,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is why there can be no vicarious enlightenment. No one can do it for you.
Mm.
You have to make the journey, go through the difficulties, and make that most difficult choice
Yeah.
of all. Eventually,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
going to come to that point where, okay, like you got to decide which is it going to be. Am I going to be one? Am I going to go back to my source where everything's one and I renounce my individuality entirely and separation is gone and I
Mm.
disappear into God? Or am I going to remain a separate self and try and make this work? Try and make a human life and this world work? Because those are the choices.
Yeah.
And eventually, everyone will make the right choice, which is for God.
Mm.
But in the meantime, there's a lot of vacillation and a lot of procrastination and a lot of most people haven't made that choice yet, have they? That's why we're still here.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why the world still exists, because we're all still trying to make it work.
Mm.
We're trying to make our own
Yeah.
separate self and its miscreated reality work
Yeah.
in denial of God and heaven, and say, no, this is a better reality. We'll somehow make this deal work, even though it's never worked. We'll somehow figure out a
Yeah.
way, right?
Yeah.
No, we're going to do it. No one has ever done it in human history, but I'm going to do it, right? And
Yeah.
yes, we're saying to you, you're delusional. Just like catch a wake up. It's not going to work. It
Yeah.
never has worked. It never will work. You've
Mm.
got to see the limitations of that thought system by exposing it. And that's why this is my favorite diagram, because it
Mm.
really shows you how
Mm.
it all is pieced together,
Yeah.
how it all
No, I
works.
mean, it's a brilliant diagram.
Yeah. Which,
Really.
by the way, I don't take credit for because this was Ken Wapnick's work.
Yeah.
Just to give credit where credit's due. He actually gave a series of lectures on the descent into hell, this ladder down, but he
Yeah.
hadn't done a diagram. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that's really, I listened to those over and over. I was like, that's
Mm.
brilliant. What a great analysis. This
Yeah.
needs a diagram to just frame it so that then if I'm giving a talk, I can actually refer to a diagram. Say, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Much clearer, much more easily explainable,
Yeah.
diagrammatic.
That's
So here
great.
you have
Yeah.
the complete theory of the universe, of the world, of everything in one diagram.
Mm.
Essentially, this explains how we come to be here in the human condition, in a world seemingly in a Milky Way galaxy, floating around orbiting a star we call the sun. I mean, it's actually quite bizarre when you look at it.
Mm.
If you zoom out of the human condition, you go like, what the hell are we all doing here? Like, how did we get here? Why are we here? This is the question.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
going around this we're in a planet seemingly on our own. There's no
Mm.
other life as far as we know. I mean, there probably is, but it's so far away, it may as well not be there.
Mm.
Uh, Kind of stuck on this planet. None of the other planets are inhabitable. It's a very like lonely place, right? It's
Yeah.
kind of, yeah, we are. Like if this planet fails, we're done for. It's
Yeah.
it's 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 over. Which inevitably we know the star that we orbit around is going to go into supernova in a couple of billion years,
Mm.
and that's going to be it.
Mm.
The Earth's going to be a fireball. It's going to be consumed,
Yeah.
become uninhabitable. So it's all doomed.
Yeah.
Just hang around long enough, and this planet is doomed, and all life on it is doomed. Now that's not going to happen for probably another billion or 2 years.
Mm.
So it's a very far distant possibility, but nevertheless, it's inevitability, right? It's going to happen.
Mm.
So all life, everything we cherish, everything we value here, all of human history, it's all just going to be consumed in a giant fireball
Mm.
and end up in a the burnt out fragments of a solar system it once was.
Mm.
And you have to like look at that and go, well, what's the point, right?
Mm.
What is the point of it? So some philosophers will go, but the point is just to have a life, like
Mm.
the creator wants us to have life and have an experience and experience himself
Yeah.
through us
Yeah.
in the various forms. You've heard that argument before,
Yeah. Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I
I mean
have.
that because that's how you justify it. Oh well,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
God is
Yeah.
having an experience through you, and you're an
Yeah.
individuation of God, and
Yeah. The
actually,
only way we can experience is through having a body,
hmm,
that, yeah, because otherwise we'd just be, energy, which,
well, what you would be without a body and without an idea of separation is pure formless awareness
mm.
of perfect love. You would be that absolute intangible essence that underlies the whole cosmos.
Mm.
That's underneath it, but has now been covered over by all of this activity. Everything that happened post separation, the Big Bang. Well, first of all, the split in the mind, and
Mm.
then the Big Bang that was just the physical projection of that outwards. And then everything that's come subsequent over 14, 15 billion years. And now here we are, seemingly living on this planet as human beings, trying to figure out what the hell happened. Let's be honest. Like, what is actually going on here?
Yeah.
And very few people have been able to tell us. There's obviously various philosophers who've tried. There's every culture has a creation myth. They try and explain
Mm.
it, but
Mm.
most not very well. They all have some version of a god or gods created the world,
Well,
right?
yeah. Yeah.
That's the creation myth of most cultures because they can't conceive of the simple truth that maybe God didn't create the world.
Mm.
Maybe we're actually in the matrix, we're in an illusion, we're in a dream world that doesn't even exist, that shouldn't even exist. That's a
Mm.
completely false reality. That is a very difficult thing for the human mind to accept
Yeah.
because it denies yourself, it denies your existence as human. If
Mm.
that's true, then you can't really be human, can you?
Mm.
The whole thing must just be a delusion.
Mm.
And then that brings into question everything that you've known, every experience you've had, everything
Mm.
you've ever believed, everything you've ever loved in
Yeah.
this world. All of it is like, well, none of that can be true then.
Yeah.
So that's why people don't want to go there because it's so radical
Mm.
that it collapses the entire dream of the human condition. But if you truly want to be free of the human condition, then surely that's the only way, right?
Mm.
You've got to collapse the whole thing. You can't go, well, I want total freedom, but I want to keep a part of bondage.
Mm.
I'm going to break free of my prison, but I want to keep a little bit of the prison going.
Mm.
It doesn't work that way. If you're going to escape, you're going to escape totally, and you've got to
Yeah.
leave it behind totally. So that's the non-dual position. Look, it's this or that. Make
Mm.
your choice, and by your choice, you will have eternal life if you make the right choice, or you will continually suffer and die.
Mm.
Those are the choices. I mean, it seems a bit harsh and brutal. Some people are like, well, that's a bit hardcore. I want another choice,
Yeah.
but there isn't another choice. Those are the choices.
Mm.
Those are the realities that you've got to choose from. So we can't choose the options. This is what Yeshua was saying to us. The truth is true whether you like it or not. It's going to be true for all eternity. That's
Yeah.
always going to be there available as a choice. You can't change that, fudge that. It's immutable. It's unchangeable.
Mm.
And this is also it's a fixed choice. If you choose separation, then the consequences of that are are going to be the consequences of that. That's not going to change. You are going to get guilt and fear and
Mm.
sin and attack, and you are going to come into a body, and you are going to experience yourself as a separate self, and you are going to have all the problems of separation, which we know too well from our own experience.
Mm.
So there the choices are.
Mm.
You must now choose, which one you're going to
Mm.
accept for yourself. And it really shouldn't be a choice. It shouldn't be difficult when you look at it obviously and logically. Objectively speaking, it's like, well, it should be a no-brainer.
Mm.
When you just look, if you could be purely rational about it and just look at this one and go, okay, well, there you go. Yeah, choosing separation is complete delusion and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I'm just going to choose oneness. You'd be done. There we go. Done. Over, Cadova. Ego over. But the difficulty we face is that this choice for separation doesn't seem to be that obvious.
Mm.
It shows up in all kinds of hidden ways. Oh, well, I've got a special love partner, and I love that person. Well, we don't realize that when you love that person as an individual, you're making the choice for separation again. You see how it works? Very cunning. But I love my partner, I love my family. Surely
Yeah.
that's normal. Yeah, in the human condition, it's normal, but the human condition is deluded.
Mm.
The whole thing's a delusion. So what's normal in a delusion is actually delusional.
Mm.
We're all insane. We just got so used to our insanity, we've forgotten we're insane. This is what it's saying. And it takes someone from outside of that insanity to come into the insane asylum and say, guys, chaps, you're all insane.
Yeah.
Here's the truth. A la the allegory of the cave.
Mm.
Plato's allegory of the cave. That's exactly what that's about. Coming
Yeah.
in and saying, you're all insane, you're all prisoners. I'm coming in to free you. And of course, what happened in the story? They didn't go, oh, thank you so much. Oh, brilliant. You're our savior. They they attacked him. They want to kill him. It's like, no, don't free us. We want
Mm.
to stay in the cave. We
Mm.
like this limited. We like the illusions that
Mm.
we've been looking at for so long, and we want to carry on believing in.
Mm.
That's what that's saying. So this isn't a truth that most of humanity is ready to
Yeah.
accept. Let's be honest about it. They're not.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really matter. Well, the only thing that matters is, are you ready to accept it?
Mm.
So it's an individual choice. Everyone must decide in their own time, in their own way. And if it's your time
Mm.
to make that decision, then that's your time, and you can
Yeah.
free your mind 100% entirely, and go back to this entirely. That's the promise.
Mm.
In fact, it's not just a promise; it's an inevitability.
Mm.
It has to happen eventually, right? Eventually, the delusion of separation must be revealed to be what it is to every mind. And once they've seen through it, they're going to let it go.
Mm.
And what's left then is pure formless awareness, the perfect love, which was always there. It was just covered over by all of this nonsense.
Mm.
Okay, so great quote. And you see how deep you can go just from one quote.
Mm. Yeah.
So we spent half an hour talking about it, and that, the corollary of that. So he wrote Conversations with God, as you know. Some of that's dualistic, some of that I don't entirely agree with, but there are parts that are non-dual. In fact, I'm not sure if this was in. I'm not sure where he wrote it.
I was actually thinking the same. I don't know if that was actually quoted in one of the books or
It may not have been. It may just have been his own writing. That's Neale Donald Walsch. Well, I don't know. I'd have to research it. But if you look at Conversations with God, interesting books, and I enjoyed them, but there's duality in there. Again, it gets confusing because there are parts of it that are dualistic, and then you're like, well, okay, so I'm not that comfortable with that contradiction. And then once you read the course, you go, okay, like I see very clearly that you can't fudge this over. You can't make duality true and still accept the ultimate truth. It's one or the other,
Yeah.
But here he's stating the same non-dual truth, as Yeshua reiterates over and over in A Course in Miracles. We are innocent, pure, and only loved by our Creator or Source, right? It's one awareness, and that's our awareness. That awareness, that loving awareness is us. That's our own awareness. So the idea of a Creator loving you is again false, because it's just the one awareness that you are. You are love itself. You are that loving awareness itself. And when you are immersed in that loving awareness, then you know yourself and you know God, because you have that experience of that loving awareness, which is your essential self. So it's really, really, really simple. But of course, for the ego, it's not simple at all. The ego has huge resistance to that idea. So only this experience is real. Everything else is your own miscreation. Therefore, asking God to fix the faulty circumstances of our lives is like asking a plumber to fix a faulty electrical plug point. The plumber can't fix the problem because it's not his domain of expertise. You want God to fix up the world, but God didn't make the world. So God can't come and now, okay, I'll make it all holy. And all you can do is you can reinterpret it. That's the power that you do have. You can reinterpret any experience from the perspective of oneness so that you don't get upset anymore, so that you're not stressing and straining and striving and suffering. But that doesn't necessarily change all the illusions. They continue. They carry on. You're just not upset by them. So God, being pure formless awareness of perfect love or oneness, cannot even conceive of your life as a separate human being. Right? This is the truth. If this is pure formless awareness of perfect love or oneness, it's only perfect oneness, this then by definition cannot know separation. It doesn't even understand separation. It's got no concept of separation, because as soon as you have a concept of separation, then it's no longer pure formless awareness of perfect love, is it? Because another idea that contradicts that has come in. So God, in purest form, does not know about separation at all. But then you go, well, where does that leave me? How do I access this now seemingly very far away God in my human condition, where apparently I'm stuck in this helpless, enervated little life, and I'm not enjoying it too much, and I'm trying to escape. This is where the Course gives us the solution. It says, so the way out is to bring that higher awareness of oneness via this idea of a true self into your perceptions and perceive from the perspective of oneness. So now you taking this truth, which is perfectly non-dual, and you're able to apply it into duality to change your mind, to change your perceptions. And so that is the sort of the bridge that becomes the way that these two seemingly completely opposite realities can actually interface, and you can move from the one to the other. And that process is called transformation or awakening. Again, I don't know another teaching where this model is as clearly shown and demonstrated. So, okay, so this is actually what you're doing here.
Yeah. I'm not aware of any other
No,
teaching either. Yeah.
no. But
Yeah.
Buddhism has aspects of the truth, but at the highest level, basically saying, well, nirvana is it. There's no self, so just go into nirvana, right? So
Yeah.
just go into this, right? But now, how do you deal with everyday occurrences of life?
Mm.
If there's no self, how are you going to operate in a world
Mm.
where apparently you exist, apparently you have a self, apparently you have perception, apparently you have various events and circumstances and people and so on to deal with?
Mm.
How does that translate?
Mm.
And it's not clear, really.
Yeah.
Whereas this makes it clear. How does this is actually going to translate in practice
Mm.
in your daily life in this miraculous way? That's why it's called a Course in Miracles. And so the
Mm.
whole course is designed to teach you how to do this. How do you take oneness into your life, into your world, and use it to change your perceptions
Yeah.
and reestablish this connection with your true self, which prepares you for the coming of this higher awareness.
Mm.
Now, that is a very psychologically sophisticated model.
Mm.
The theory of mind is very um, accurate, very sophisticated, and it's very practical at the same time. It's giving you a way out.
Mm.
How do you escape the dream world then? If
Mm.
there's no self and there's no bridge, there's no intermediate way, then you can see how people could just go, but I'm never going to get there. This is too
Yeah.
far off. Nirvana is, or revelation is so far away. I'm
Mm.
just trying to deal with my daily life and my
Yeah.
problems and I'm drowning in them. And now you're talking to me about just let it all go and go into nirvana.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
just like, I'm so far away from that. It seems like a hopeless task. And so then what people do, you see, because they can't do it, they go, oh, well, I'll just worship the Buddha or Yeshua, and I hope I'll get some of their enlightenment vicariously. You see how it works? Instead of actually learning this process of applying the truth into their own lives to actually change their minds, change their perceptions systematically, they go, oh, well, I'll just hero worship someone else who's done it, and I'll hope that somehow some of that will rub off on me. And I'll somehow magically attain enlightenment because, I'm a disciple of Yeshua or the Buddha, or pick whichever one. But this is common, isn't it? This is what happens. Whereas this is saying, no, you've got to do it yourself. You've got to learn to take this awareness, higher awareness, and translate it via the true self into your perceptions. And that's what 99% of your job is. This final step between the true self and the spirit is going to be taken by God. So you don't have to worry about that. That's going to happen when you're ready. But what you do have to learn to do is take your true self into all of your experiences and perceive correctly. And that's true perception or Christ vision. Okay. So any questions on that, Archie? You good? Let's carry on. I'm guessing your dinner's arrived. So God, being pure formless awareness of perfect love and oneness, cannot even conceive of your life as a separate human being, let alone all the specific problems you experience in this apparently separated state. So asking him or it to fix what doesn't even exist in its mind is never going to work. Fix a problem that doesn't exist. Well, it's not really possible, is it? And this is why prayer, in the traditional sense, in other words, asking for God for help with some specific problem in your life, seldom works because God doesn't even know about the problem. There is no super being outside of you to pray to. But pure formless awareness of perfect love or infinite eternal being is always a potential state of which your mind can become aware of. It can become aware at any moment. So if we look at the timeline of consciousness, at any point in the timeline, this is available. This pure formless awareness of perfect love, this knowledge, oneness being is always available, no matter what's seemingly going on in the dream. So whatever the seeming dream is, whatever the trauma is that you're going through, maybe you lost your job and you're really struggling with that and you're feeling down, low on yourself, you can let that go and you can go into this state. And that's still available to you no matter what's going on in your life. And that's going to bring you a lot of peace and comfort. And now from that place, you can reinterpret the whole situation. Say, well, it seems to be really serious, and fearful of my future and so on. But when I go into this state, I know that I'm actually going to be okay. It's all going to be fine. Because I feel that. And so that's faith and trust. And that brings calmness and peace. And then all of those ego fears and worries and doubts just dissipate. And you now reinterpret the situation from the perspective of truth, of oneness. And your mind has changed, your physiology has changed, your decisions change. And so you've changed your mind and you've changed your perception and you've changed your reality. And that's why this is actually a very, very practical course. It's about translating the abstract, the impractical, into very practical, helpful terms in this world. And that's what the miracle is. That's what he's training us to do. Is that going up into this, correcting our mind, finding peace, and then returning into the perceptual realm and changing our mind based on this piece of perfect oneness that we've experienced, bringing that into the ego to dissolve it. If we keep doing that, eventually all of these ego dramas and the psychological emotional attachments that make up the ego disappear. And what's left is this. And once there's only this left, then you're awakened, you're enlightened, and there's really no point in coming back into this world and having a separate existence as a human being. And so all of the red stuff just drops away because it was illusory, and you return your mind into the blue oval, which is where it belongs. That's home. Okay, so any thoughts or questions about any of that, Archie?
No, that was a great explanation. Thank you.
Yeah. You see how it all gels together? I mean, that's why I'm jumping around these models, because you can see how they just show you a different perspective of the one truth.
Yeah.
They're not separate. They're just different, hopefully helpful diagrams that help you to understand it better, and come to a unified understanding of the truth. Right? There's nothing contradictory in the system. It's one unified thought system, just looked at from different perspectives and angles.
Yeah.
So once you understand this, you have the key to true prayer. So a lot of people are like, well, what is prayer? How do I actually do it? Traditional prayer doesn't seem to work. Please God, help me with this, help me with that. We all know that that's a very kind of limited model, and it typically doesn't work. People have been doing that for years, and their prayers never seem to be answered. Well, maybe there's a problem with the way that they pray. And that's what we're going to look at. So, and once we understand the truth, you see how the truth is fundamental to understanding all of these little things, like whether it's prayer or miracles or anything. If you don't have the perspective of the truth, you're going to get it wrong, aren't you? You're not going to fully understand it.
Yeah, but you can pray for guidance, though, can't you, Jonathan? Can you not sort of pray?
Yeah, I suppose you could call it a prayer. It's really just opening your mind up and saying, okay, well, show me.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Is that a prayer? Yeah. You really say, okay, like I'm open. I'm wanting to let go of my own ideas, essentially, and be open. So then you see that any prayer really involves what? What is at the core of every prayer? Any ideas?
Well, I just see it as a well, you're calling in the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. So what does that entail then? What's the process of the Holy Spirit? Shall I help you out?
Yes, please. Yeah, I'm just
letting
thinking.
go. It's letting go. It's forgiveness or letting go. That's the process. People say, I call on the Holy Spirit. Well, you're not really calling on the Holy Spirit if you're not letting go of your own ideas and beliefs and emotions and so on. Yeah. I called on the Holy Spirit, but I'm keeping all of those ego constructs intact. Well, then you're not really calling on the Holy Spirit, are you?
Yeah.
which is how you can metaphysically blag this and ghost over it. Oh, I'm calling on the Holy Spirit, but actually I'm still very invested in my ego,
Yeah.
the holy ego. It's called,
Yeah.
it's the spiritual ego. So Holy Spirit always involves a letting go
Mm.
of your ideas, your beliefs, your way, and going, look, true prayer is like, I don't know anymore. Like I'm on my knees, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Show
Yeah.
me. I've tried it my way. It hasn't worked.
Mm.
I'm totally humble. I'm totally open. That's true prayer. So there's a letting go that's inherent in that,
Yeah.
and that's when it works. And when people are really humbled, then the Holy Spirit answers them because they've let go of an aspect of the ego,
Mm.
and they're now open. They say like, yeah, I'm really disillusioned. Nothing's worked. I'm on my knees. I don't know. I'm desperate. I'm open. I'm vulnerable. Help. Show me the way. Now you've got a mind that's willing to learn.
Yeah.
It's emptied itself of all of its own ideas and saying, well, look, I've tried it my way and it seriously hasn't worked. So, like, whatever. I'm like finally open. But the mind that thinks it knows what reality is and thinks that it can handle it and control it is not engaging in true prayer.
Mm.
That's the best that mind can do is manifestation.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll try and create a better reality for myself. I want this. I want this. You've done the courses, manifestation, and so on. But have you fundamentally awoken to who you are?
No.
No. You're just taking a separate self and you're saying, all right, well, I'm going to create a better version of that separate
Yeah.
self.
Yeah.
That's going to be better because it's going to achieve this and this is the goal I want to achieve, whatever it is. And I'm going to make lots of money, or I'm going to find my dream partner, or all of these. Or I'm going to have a six pack and get really fit and lean and whatever it is. But really, you've just taken a false self that's not true, that's dysfunctional, and you've gone, I'm going to try and fix that up and patch it up and make it into something that's better.
Yep. Yep. Mm.
That doesn't going to work, is it? Because it's false.
Mm.
Ultimately, that self is false, and you can go on that path, and maybe that works to a point, and maybe you achieve some of those goals. But ask any celebrity who's achieved all of these worldly goals, was that it? Was that enlightenment? Did that make you happy? And they'll tell you it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some temporary pleasure out of it. Yeah, it's nice to drive a Ferrari and have a beautiful man or woman next to you, and have 10 million followers on Facebook, or maybe it's not. I don't know. I can't I can't imagine having 10 million people following your every move.
Yeah.
Must be yeah, it's not all it's cracked up to be, is it? Uh, but there's something missing. There's something shallow. There's something deeper that's not touching
Yeah.
because it's just temporary. You're just trying to fix up and patch up a dysfunctional self-concept and make that somehow better. And
Mm.
largely that's what the whole personal growth movement is about.
Yeah.
If you want to analyze it. And then spirituality, authentic spirituality, just collapses all of that and says, no, that's all BS.
Mm.
Ultimately, you just have to let go of the separate self. And any attempt to reinforce it is delusional. So if you're doing a course on manifestation to prop up your ego and big yourself up and make yourself feel better in your ego self, you're going in the wrong direction.
Mm.
Just like stop and reverse, let that all go. And that it doesn't mean that you can't manifest things, but it's not you who's doing it. That's the difference. You see, because if you are trying to do it out of a separate self concept, then it's just perpetuating that separate self concept. If
Yeah.
you've really let go and you say, okay, I don't know anymore, use me. I'm just a vehicle who's going to be used for the Holy Spirit's purposes, whatever those may be.
Mm.
And it works through you and it gives you guidance. And then maybe you go and you build a business, or you do something, you start a voluntary organization, you do something. It's coming from a different perspective, isn't it? It's not
Yeah.
the separate self trying to big itself up anymore through that activity, through that achievement. It's coming from humility. It's coming from like, I don't really know, and I'm just now going to be an empty vessel, and I'm going to be used and guided. This is what surrender to God means.
Mm.
So those are very different. The one is motivation based on a separate self-concept. The other one is inspiration based on your true self, connected to God, based on who you really are. And they have a very, very different quality.
Mm.
The one can work temporarily, but it's always going to lead to pain in the end. The other one is a genuine path to awakening and to helping others awaken, because what else is there to do but awaken yourself and help others to awaken? So anyone who's truly inspired is going to be dedicated to this one function of awakening, or at one-ment, as the course calls. And then whatever they're doing is going to be dedicated to that. And the great masters, teachers of the world, who get the highest honor, they dedicated themselves to that, to the awakening. And so, if you look at human history, you look at sort of various famous figures. Think of the business leaders or generals, politicians, statesmen. Who are the ones who really stand out? The people who stand out above and beyond all of that are the people who dedicated themselves to the truth.
Yeah.
So you would say, well, compare Yeshua or Buddha to a figure like in the same time, let's say one of the the Roman emperors, let's say a Caesar. I mean, he was probably the greatest Roman emperor, but they're not on the same level, are they? You can't really compare Caesar to Yeshua, although they were both famous.
Mm.
Like different, they're coming from a completely different perspective. There's a different level of awareness, of awakening, and the one leaves an eternal mark on history. We will remember Yeshua's teachings forever. Julius Caesar is a footnote in history. Okay, he was the Roman emperor, big shot guy, but eventually it all failed. He got stabbed to death, and none of it really came to anything. And we don't really remember his teachings. He's just he's a figure who achieved, he achieved worldly power, but it was taken away from him.
Mm.
So, again, history can be our teacher. It's like, well, what is lasting? What's sustainable? We still talk about figures like Yeshua and the Buddha today. We refer to them. They are very present and current and active in our life. But people like Julius Caesar, like, no one thinks about them anymore, unless you're some historian. But the average person, like, well, so what? Like, what can I learn from Julius Caesar? Probably not what not to do. Avoid that if you want to avoid getting stabbed to death by your closest friends.
Mm. Mm.
So, in every circumstance, we can choose awakening from the entire dream of form that the truth brings. You can choose to experience a state of pure formless awareness, when Course in Miracles terminology, heaven, in which none of the limiting, fearful, unpleasant, and sometimes absolutely horrific thoughts and emotions that are inevitable consequences of the belief in separation, Yeshua calls the ego in the Course in Miracles, actually exists. So all of this stuff in the red just drops away. It doesn't even exist. That's what the Course is telling us. You're completely free of all of the dramas and the traumas of your life and of this world. All the stuff in the red boxes, all the stuff in the red arrows. It's all illusion. You just drop it all away. It doesn't even exist. All that exists is pure formless awareness of perfect love that exists beyond that. Very radical, but completely freeing, completely liberating. There's no part of the ego that's going to remain after this full awakening of the mind to itself, and that's what awakening really is, right? It's all or nothing here. You can't hedge your bets and say, well, I'll have a little bit of ego because that's helps me in the world and it's useful, but I'm also awakened. They're mutually exclusive.
Mm.
So pure formless awareness of perfect love, or God in Course in Miracles terminology, cancels out everything else that we've made up to replace it, and restores our mind to an awareness of itself as it was originally created or extended, and remains in truth. We're just going back home. We're going back to our original home, the parable of the prodigal son.
Yeah.
And if the negative thoughts and emotions that created the problematic circumstances in your life are no longer there, it makes perfect sense that these circumstances, which are just the effects of these false causes, must also change, right? So the cause of them is changed, then the effect must change. If it's really causative, the effect changes automatically. So you don't have to get caught up in, oh, I've got to manifest this and I've got to try. Just change your mind about who you are at a fundamental level. You go to a different version of reality. You go up in this in these concentric rings, and then the reality externally starts reflecting that. It just happens automatically. And so that's authentic manifestation. That's inspired manifestation. You're not doing it because you want to manifest anything. You're just coming home. You're awakening to who you are, and you're letting that then extend into the right-hand quadrants of so-called objective reality and reshape those for you without actually too much effort. Not trying desperately to create anything on the level of form. You're just allowing spirit to extend through you and do what it's going to do. And it does the works. It creates, it acts, it does the works through you without any separate self to get in the way. That's inspiration. That's what we're looking at. That's what A Course in Miracles is teaching. So can you see how that is a whole lot more powerful than trying from, let's say, a lower level at a mind-oriented level? You've got a self-concept, and now you're like, oh, my mind thinks that it's going to be happy by creating my dream body, my dream life, making money, by manipulating the circumstances of my external world. I think that is going to make this separate self happy. Can you see the flaw in that model? Why much more intelligent to just let go of all that, find who you really are. You're going to go to a higher level. And if you are genuinely inspired and operate at that level consistently, that is going to start to reflect in your objective reality. It has to, because you're on a different contour line, or a different frequency, if you want to talk in new age terminology. These all represent different frequencies. And as you go up in frequency, the effects of operating at that frequency change automatically if you do it consistently.
Yeah.
And that's how you change the world on a fundamental level. If you look at what a Yeshua, a Buddha did, they fundamentally changed the world. How did they do that? Well, they didn't do it by consciously trying to. They just went very, very deep into the truth. And they lived that in a very pure way to demonstrate that so that other people could learn by the example. And that is what changed the world. It all happened around that core of truth. So that is undoubtedly, inspired manifestation is undoubtedly a lot more powerful than the ego's form of that, which is motivation on a lower level. The motivation has serious limitations. So always gonna lead to problems, and you're ultimately not going to feel satisfied with that because you haven't fundamentally awoken to who you are. That might be part of your journey. You might go, okay, I've had to do that in order to realize that there's another level, and I've got to let that go. Okay, maybe that's how you're going to learn who you are. That does happen. But that mindset in itself was never going to work. That wasn't going to awaken you to who you really are. So this awareness of perfect love, or God, in A Course in Miracles terminology, cancels out everything else that we've made up to replace it, restores our mind to an awareness of itself as it was originally created or extended, and remains in truth. So we go back here. We just go into the great I, the I am self, and we rest in that. When I come home to that, there's nothing else to do. There's nowhere else to go. This is the universal experience of awakening throughout history. Anyone who's ever really awoken has gone you just arrive and you're home, and there's nowhere else to go, and there's nothing else to do, and there's nothing else to strive for. You realize you've arrived, you're home, and it's very blissful. You can stay in that for hours, sometimes days or weeks. You're in a samadhi state. Some of these masters stay there because it's so absorbing, and there's no need to do anything on the external world. The idea of doing something to be happy becomes ridiculous in that state of mind, because you're just happy. You already are that which you seek. So you collapse this whole duality of, now I have to do something and get something and achieve something, experience something in the external, in a body, in order to be happy. You collapse that. It's done. It's over. Which is, of course, why the ego doesn't want you to ever get this, because it's the end of the ego. So the negative thoughts and emotions that created the problematic circumstances in your life are no longer there. It makes perfect sense that these circumstances, which are just the effects of these false causes, must also change. So you've removed the cause, gone to another level, you've collapsed the ego, the separate self that caused the circumstances in your life at that level of thinking is no longer there, so it drops away. Einstein had a brilliant quote. We said the significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. You've probably heard that before. So from this context of the integral model, at that level of the ego, we create various problems, and then we try and solve them with that same level of thinking. And no wonder we get stuck and frustrated, because they are a manifestation of a thought system. We have to transcend that thought system. We can't solve them at the same level of thinking. We have to go above that into another thought system, another self, essentially, in order to solve that problem. And so can you see how this idea of finding your true self, uniting with who you really are, is the ultimate problem-solving technique in the world?
Yeah.
It's the only way to really solve any of your problems or any of humanity's problems. Anything else, if you try and solve them from the same level of thinking you were at when you created them, it's not going to work. You create more problems, and history has shown us that. Look at our society. We're trying to solve the problems of the world from the same level of thinking that created them. And we just spin around, and we create more technology and more solutions, but it doesn't solve the fundamental problem.
Yeah.
The suffering continues. So we're literally spinning around this wheel, going around and around like on this hamster wheel, and never breaking free of it. And that's why it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah.
Because we feel your soul, your spirit knows the limitation of that. It's like, I'm trapped. I'm a hamster on a wheel. I'm going around and around and around, trying to make this work, and I'm running faster and faster, thinking that if I go faster, that's going to break me free. But actually, you just become more and more grooved in your existing thought pattern, and you just go around and around. You make that harder and harder to break free of. Maybe you've seen that in the personal growth world. Just like go around and around, and we'll try the same thing over and over again, and we'll get the same result, and we're not actually growing. I've been to a Tony Robbins seminar, for instance, and there were people there who've been 10 years in a row, same thing. I'm like, well, hang on, maybe you should move on. Maybe you should try something else, because maybe it's just the same thing over and over and over again. Gives you a nice experience. You go, well, yeah, great, bit of a boost, but fundamentally nothing's changed.
Yeah.
And that's insanity. Einstein said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Well, you're not going to get a different result because you're just doing the same thing. So, therein lies the problem with a lot of teachings, models, modalities. We're just going around and around doing the same thing over and over again, thinking that that's going to work. And it's not. What we actually need is a radical departure from that. We need to break free of that and go to another level, which is exactly what the Course in Miracles is suggesting. So he's saying to us, seek not to change the world, but choose to change your mind about the world. Okay? So don't say as your primary objective, I'm going to go change the world, I'm going to fix all the problems, because you're delusional. And that approach has never worked. Seek to change your mind first, and maybe the world will change. That's been the model. People who made the most profound impact on human history of the people who have fundamentally changed their minds. In other words, they've awakened. Those are the people who have the most profound, long-lasting impact. Think Yeshua, think the Buddha. I mean, these founded movements, religions that have fundamentally reshaped society, particularly Yeshua with Christianity. It reshaped the entire history of Western civilization, didn't it? That one man's life.
Mm.
And he didn't do that intentionally. He didn't go, oh, I've come as the great savior and I'm going to reshape. He just went very deep into the self, and he lived that very purely and very authentically in his life to its ultimate radical conclusion of the crucifixion resurrection drama. And then everything just came from that. He wasn't trying to be a world conqueror and I'm going to be the greatest man in history. He wasn't trying to do any of that, was he? But that happened as a byproduct of his awakening and of living his mission so fully and purely in the world. So this process of forgiving or letting go of all of our mental errors to effect a change of mind and the circumstances projected onto the external world, because that's what we've done. We've literally done a brain dump. We've got, okay, I've got all my internal shit, and I'm going to dump it all out into the world, and I'm going to create this world which just mirrors all of these internal problems and conflicts. And that's exactly what we've done. So the only way then, if that's the truth, the only way of fixing the external is you've got to go clean up the internal, haven't you? Because that's the cause. That's what this teaching is saying, and that's what every great teaching is saying. Clean up the inside, and the outside must reflect that. Yeah. So the process of forgiving or letting go of these mental errors then becomes true prayer. You see that? Mm. This is how you really are going to make a change in the external world. As Yeshua explains in this profound passage from the Course, it's the same as forgiveness. It's identical. So do you want to read that?
Prayer is a way of asking for something. It is the medium of miracles, but the only meaningful prayer is for forgiveness, because those who have been forgiven have everything. Once forgiveness has been accepted, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. The prayer for forgiveness is nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize what you already have.
Quite profound. So just think about that for a moment.
Yeah.
So forgiveness is letting go, right? Prayer, reframe that. I think I actually have done it. I must put it in next time. The translation of that as forgiveness becomes letting go.
Yeah.
So read it like that and see how that comes out.
Mm-hmm. Prayer is a way of asking for something. It is the medium of miracles.
Change miracles to corrections.
It is the medium of corrections. But the only meaningful prayer is for letting go, because those who have let go have everything.
Well done.
Once letting go has been accepted, prayer in the usual sense becomes utterly meaningless. The prayer for letting go is nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize what you already have. Yeah, I think that last sentence really sums it up, doesn't it? Yeah.
So you're not praying for anything outside of you to happen.
No.
That's the mistake everyone makes.
Yeah.
And you see how then prayer and manifestation are actually the same thing in different disguises.
Yeah.
Whether I'm in the New Age personal growth movement, say, oh, well, I'm going to manifest, or whether you're a more traditional Christian saying, well, I'm praying to God for blessings in my life, and so on. It's the same thing. You're in desire. You're in a state of mind where it's, oh, I'm praying to something outside of myself to get something outside of myself because I think in my deluded separate self that thing is going to make me happy.
Yeah.
But I'm going around the houses because actually the only thing that's going to make me happy is God. It's itself. It's pure formless awareness of perfect love itself, which is already right here, right now. So why am I going around the houses looking for something to make me happy when it's available right here, right now to me? I just
Yeah.
got to accept it.
Yeah.
Much more direct
Mm.
path, much more sensible path. And they're like, okay, yes, so those material things and all of that, but that's secondary. That can work itself out. That can be guided and shown. And this is what Yeshua said. Don't worry about anything because God will take care of you.
Mm.
This not some super beings looking down and oh, okay, Archie needs something, so there we go. It doesn't work like that.
Mm.
But from that state of inner abundance, when you're really connected to that, and you really know that the only truth is this awareness, this abundant awareness, and you feel that internally, that energy is extended out into the matrix, which is just a matrix of energy and thought, and that then starts to rearrange the circumstances of the world and of life, and things just start showing up that vibrate at the same frequency, if you want to call it that, that are on the same level of frequency, that align with that. And when that happens, you're like, oh, there's a miracle, right? It
Mm.
clicks. I see the internal and the external now, not as separate, but as connected. That's the miracle. It makes the connections, doesn't it? So if we go back to integral model, you see how we're going to learn ultimately that these separations of the interior and the exterior and the individual and the collective and these four quadrants, they don't actually really exist. How are we going to learn that? We start connecting them up in our minds, don't we? Start saying that the subjective interior I and the objective exterior world that's seemingly outside are not separate. They are intimately connected. In fact, they are so intertwined that I can't separate them. As within, so without.
Mm.
And the more I learn that, the more what happens is I collapse the entire model. You
Yeah.
see? You don't need the distinctions anymore. You don't need the four quadrants. It all just starts fading away. You don't need the lines. This is a path of development. The integral model talks about the quadrants, lines, types, levels, states. All of that eventually collapses. The model collapses in the face of perfect oneness, as all models do. But the model can be useful as a map to help you out of the illusion, to help you navigate through this. So it's not pointless. We have these models to help us understand how to escape and eventually transcend the need for the model entirely.
Mm.
And that's with every model, including a course in all these diagrams, all these models. It's all ultimately going to go and collapse into pure formless awareness and perfect love, where you don't need any models.
Mm.
But while you're here, these can be really helpful learning aids. They're useful in helping this progression, this developmental path that we're all taking. If you start at a very basic body-oriented level, then you've got to climb these ladder, these steps or the ladder all the way back up and out to get to the very highest level, and then boom, at in this once you're beyond the model, you're free. You've transcended the model, and the model simply disappears. You don't need the model anymore.
Mm.
But I've found these models really, really helpful in framing it and understanding it. Because if you understand it and it makes sense to you, you're going to go, okay, I get it. Then forgiveness, then letting go. This makes a whole lot of sense. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it all ties up. My theoretical understanding and my practice need to align. And the way out then of this prison, the matrix, is not to go round and around and around on the same level. And this even looks like a maze, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you get caught at a level, let's say you're caught at that level, and you're going, I got to find my way out, but you just keep going round and around and around, you're just going to get very frustrated because you're not actually going anywhere. You're just cycling around, and you start realizing, but I'm just coming back to the same place I was before,
Mm.
but I haven't actually made any progress. So to escape the maze, it's got to be a gap. You've got to break through that maze into the next level. You've got to find that crack and that gap. And that's what that real awakening is about, going to a higher level. finding these little cracks in the ego's framework and going up and up. And the more we do that, the closer we are to freedom, because you've got to then you cycle around a bit in that level, and then you look for the gap and you take another one, And so you've got to keep going to this higher level of mind, of awakening, to eventually free yourself. And so, if we look at, there's various developmental models, but they all are really saying the same thing. So let's look at where are we? On here. There we go. Number 20. The map of consciousness. That is one developmental model that has these levels. So each one of these is one of those rings. You can see how the two models align. Each one of these becomes one of those rings. And if you get stuck in one of those rings, let's say you're stuck in apathy, you're depressed, you can stay there for years, can't you? Just going around and around, doing the same thing, trying to manage it with medication. But you're not breaking free of that trap. You've got to go to the next level and the next level. So maybe for someone in apathy, fear is actually a jump up. They need to maybe go into fear, feel that, then into desire, then into anger, cycle through all this to eventually start, getting into these higher reaches. And everyone's got, their own journey and their own path. You can potentially just go straight from grief or fear, and you can just do a jump up here. It's possible. That's called instant enlightenment. Like say Ramana's journey. He was in intense fear, went into this intense fear for a few minutes, was really identified with this, but was able to zoom out of that and go into the higher self, into this awakened state of the self, and observe the fear from that perspective. And ultimately that just went, and it was like an airlift, and he just went boom up into that in a few minutes, and stayed there for the rest of his life. Amazing. So it's possible, but for most of us, it's more of a like, okay, I've got to do the work to go through each level, and each level is learning and overcoming of these obstacles and a journey, and it's a slow process. This process of climbing up the levels is the journey of your life. That's the journey of your awakening. Okay, so you can see how those models reconcile. I'll show you can you see how that aligns with that, even though they come from different teachers and different teachings. Where are we? Integral model. There we go. Yeah, and that's what Ken Wilber did. He took all of these different models and teachings. He said, let's create a model of models called the integral model that then describes all of them and fits them all into one model. So any developmental system fits into this model, and you can understand it from that perspective. So genius, very, very helpful, but still not the truth. It's just a model. It's still a theory of theories, which can be really helpful in your journey of awakening, but eventually you're going to leave it behind. So many well-meaning Christians may advise you to pray for God's help when you're experiencing problems in your life. If this ever happens to you, you might have had people, I'll pray for you. All you need to do is reinterpret what prayer means and see the advice as a call by the Holy Spirit or remembrance of perfect love and infinite abundance to forgive or let go, in alternative terminology, by bringing your mind into a state of pure formless awareness and infinite abundance in response to whatever problems you perceive. Right? That's all the prayer is. It's the same as letting go. It's saying, I'm just going to let go of whatever, let's go to the timeline, whatever's rooting me down onto the ego's timeline, the ego's psychological and emotional attachment to whatever the situation is that's reinforcing my self-concept. That's what I've got to let go of, which then frees my mind to go back to source, to experience that peace, that joy, that bliss, and then come back from that corrected state and now change my perception of the whole situation. Realize, well, it's actually really not a big deal. It's not that serious. All of that drama and that trauma I was making a big deal of, it's actually not a problem, because I'm still safe. and at home in this, and that's never changed. And so it really doesn't matter what's happening in the stream world of illusion. That process is called forgiveness or letting go. Okay, so can you see, I'm jumping amongst more, but you see how the truth then needs to be applied in this practice of letting go. That's the key thing. And if you do that, that'll cancel out the problems you experience in your mind and in your life circumstances, because these problems are the effects of the false beliefs of the ego or belief in separation. And when you do that, then bang, you have a miracle. Your prayers have been miraculously answered. But they were answered because you let go of the cause of them. It wasn't some miracle. It wasn't actually a miracle. It was just I'm getting to the root cause of the problem, and I'm letting it go at the root cause. And then the problems can truly be solved because the cause is no longer there. So there's nothing miraculous really about the process. Its effectiveness simply stems from the laws of mind as they really operate in truth or abundance. Right? This is the way it really works. But don't take my word for it, because these ideas, as profound as they may be, will remain just an abstract theory until you practice forgiving or letting go of your false thoughts and emotions whenever you become aware of them arising in response to any situation. So the only way you're really going to learn this and take it from the abstract theory into practical daily philosophy that you can live, that's really, really helpful, is by practicing letting go moment by moment. So as Yeshua was telling us over and over in A Course in Miracles, there are only two guides and two thought systems that you must choose between in every situation, which you call on to make a decision. The ego, which is your sense of being a separate human self, living in a body, in a world that is external to your mind, and your true self, or in Course in Miracles terminology, Christ, which is the identity that will enable you to experience the state of pure formless awareness or heaven while your mind is still seemingly living in a human form. So those are the choices. Which one are you going to choose? It's the blue or it's the red, but you can't do both. Whichever framework you want to look at, whichever model you want to look at, it's this, again, blue arrows, or it's all the red boxes, or it's the great I am, the internal I am that collapses all the externals. Those don't ultimately exist. And at full awakening, you realize I am that I am. There's only the I am, and none of the other stuff really means anything. None of it can actually affect this eternal, unchanging sense of I am. Which is why in the Bible, Exodus, Moses had his experience with the burning bush, and he says to this presence, like, who are you? Who should I say has sent me? Because it's just told him he needs to go back and free his people in bondage, the Israelites. And it says, I am that I am, or I am what I am. Tell them that I am has sent me to you. Which very, very profound, really, really simple. And that, again, got very lost in translation because most people didn't realize what that actually meant. So listening to the guidance of our true self that knows it is perfect, whole, complete, and loved is what it means to recognize and become one with your source. So jump back to this model. You see the Holy Trinity model. The true self sits in between the level of ultimate truth, what we call level 1, and illusion, which is level 2. It sits in between and helps you reinterpret the entire dream of level 2 in level 1 terms. And that's what the Christ or the true self does, along with the Holy Spirit, which is the process of actually doing it, and the process of remembering the perfect love or oneness that you are by changing your perception based on it. Right? So you're only going to really remember who you are when you actually apply this in practice. So I hope, we've jumped around a number of models, but can you see how it's all connected? It's one integral, holistic thought system. There's no contradictions. You're just looking at this from different angles, like a diamond, just different facets of the diamond, but it's the same diamond. It's the same truth.
Yeah.
Again, going back to what we discussed originally on expression, that is what makes this unique. You're not going to get internal contradictions. All in alignment. It's all internally coherent and consistent. So it eliminates those confusions which are existent in any dualistic philosophy. You're going to find confusion because you're going to get to a contradiction. And then usually that's not addressed, because the only way of addressing it is to collapse the dualistic framework or philosophy and go to non-duality. It's the only way you're going to get rid of that conflict. If the teacher or teaching doesn't want to do that, then you're stuck in duality, and then they just say, oh well, there's certain mysteries we can't explain. God works in mysterious ways. We don't know. It's a mystery. You know, it's a nice saying, well, I haven't really gone high enough. I haven't really understood. Because at the highest level of understanding, there are no mysteries. You understand it all. And that is in fact what any master wants you to do. Yeshua said, don't, that was the Buddha. He said, don't believe me. Just work it out for yourself, be willing to question everything. Yeshua in the Course in Miracles says this course requires you question every value that you've ever held. They're saying, you can't hold on to your own understanding and go to enlightenment. You have to be willing to let that go. So when you listen to the guidance of this true self, then you come to know yourself as the one source of that true self. See? So we disconnected from it, but by continuously letting it guide us in our perceptions, our words, our actions, we come to once again know that self, which is the derivative of oneness, is true in and through our own experience. It makes sense. I mean, if you think about it logically, how else are you going to do it? It's very unlikely that you're going to go straight from separation, I mean, completely separate and identify with your separate self, into perfect oneness. It does happen occasionally, but it's rare. And often people who do that freak out. They can't handle it. It's too much. They're not ready for it. Or they've got to take years trying to integrate that experience and go like, what the hell happened there? And, it was such a radical departure from myself that like I don't know, I've got to spend years figuring it out and doing the necessary work at this level, you see. So even if you have a revelatory experience, that doesn't mean you're home. And then there's a number of people who've had those, and then they come back. They come back down to earth, and they're like, okay, now I've got to work through still my ego issues, because that was temporary. It wasn't permanent. It gave me a glimpse of heaven, but I haven't fully integrated. I haven't advanced enough to just stay there all the time. So I've got to come down to this level and do this work. One chap, John knows a guy. He spent about 2-3 weeks in this state. So it was amazing, but then he didn't know how to sustain it. And so he slipped back down and spent the rest of his life depressed. So he tasted heaven, but he didn't know how to get back there, and it was frustrating, and I suppose eventually just gave up. And so he had a glimpse of it. Then what he should have done was gone, okay, now the real work begins. I've been given a taste of this. Now I've got to really figure this out, and I've got to do this fundamental work of changing my perceptions, changing my mind. If I don't do that, then that is always just going to be a very temporary glimpse. I can't sustain that in any way, shape, or form if I still have the ego going on in my mind. So that's what awakening is about. So being aware of your true self, letting its pure forms awareness of perfect love of God reinterpret all your experiences in this world, then gives you what's called an internal locus of control in psychological terms. It makes you field independent. These are really just fancy psychological terms for someone who's let go of being concerned about the external world, what other people think of him. So you're free of all that. But you think of how much most people care about that stuff. Oh, what's everyone going to think of me?
Yeah.
What are my neighbors going to think? Oh, I can't do that because, they might think badly of me. And then people in the village, in the neighborhood will talk about me. And this, and then that becomes the mechanism of ego control.
Yeah.
No one wants to step out of that because
Mm.
they're too scared of
Yeah.
being judged by other people.
Yeah.
The masters of this world just went, no, I don't buy any of that stuff. Sorry, I'm done. So they're radicals, they're rebels. They often, they go against the grain of society. People don't like it, but they're like, well, I don't really care because the only thing that counts is God,
Mm.
and I'm going for that. And they think of again, we look at Yeshua. Certainly didn't follow the rules of his society. Rubbed people up the wrong way, including his own family. They didn't, they didn't really understand what he was doing. They were like, well, just come and be the head of the family. His father had died, so they were like, well, just come and do what you should do. Be the head of the family and just live a normal life. But he couldn't because there was something in him that had to express into the world. And thank God he did that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have his example. And the Buddha, people revere him, but the fact is he abandoned his family.
Mm.
At 29, he had a wife and child, and he just went, "Cheers, I'm off. Bye bye." I don't know when I'm seeing you again. I don't think there was any. I think he just slipped away in the middle of the night. I don't even know if he said goodbye. It's like, right, I'm going. Because if he'd said goodbye, then everyone would have gone, "Oh, Siddhartha wants to leave. We got to stop him leaving." I think he just did it. Just went, "Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this." So pretty radical stuff. And I'm sure there was a whole. Imagine the day after he left, a huge heap of drama. Everyone's like crying, "Where's he gone? How can he do this to us?" You can imagine the drama, right?
Yeah.
But thank God he did, because he broke free of that external locus of control. If he'd stayed in that, he never would have awoken. He knew that. You can't stay in a cushy environment as a prince and generally awaken. I suppose anything's possible, but it's unlikely, because he needed to go out and experience the harsh realities of the world that he'd seen outside the palace walls. He needed to really go into that and go, okay, what is this really all about? I need to understand this. I need to experientially understand it, which means I've got to go and walk in amongst all of the shit and all of the filth and the sickness and the death. I've got to find my way in that. I'm never going to find it in this palace where I'm protected from all that. So the theory is simple, but its application is challenging. I mean, think, okay, it's really theory. Yes, I'm just going to have an internal locus of control. What does that mean? Well, in the Buddha's case, it meant he had to say goodbye to his very cushy lifestyle. Everything was given to him on a plate. He never had to lift a finger. He didn't have to work. He had riches. He had fame. He had power. Everything was on a plate, and he had to give all of that up. And most people would have gone, "You crazy, dude? What are you doing? You've got it made." In his society, he had his life made for him, and yet he gave it all up.
Mm.
Which is why he's extraordinary.
Mm.
So it's that application that's challenging, because our egos, or our separate self concepts, resist letting go of these mental blocks for dear life, because these are their life. These are their life for their existence. Our individual egos prefer to be enslaved by the matrix. The ego is made up to imprison us, than to be free and peaceful and happy as the self or Christ that God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance created and still extends us to be. Now, we prefer the prison of the separate self to truth. Most people do. If you want to look at in hero's journey terms, again, cross-reference models. In hero's journey terms, that looks like you're stuck in the normal world,
Yeah.
and you don't want to go into the unknown, where you would grow. And so, that's the majority of people. Just keep in my normal world. Don't take too many risks. Play it safe. Do everything that society wants me to do. But there's a sense of an emptiness, a hollowness. So like, well, what's it really all for? Particularly as you get older.
Yeah.
Well, what's it really all about? I've done all of that, and I was supposed to be happy, but honestly, I'm not really that happy. There's still these unanswered questions, and I haven't really lived. When Neale Donald Walsch said at 53, he did all of this, and then at
Yeah.
53, he's like, I realized it was all pointless. It was all meaningless and pointless and futile. Like my whole life had just been, pointlessly trying to conform with the world, and get something that actually I didn't even want. But it wasn't pointless because he had to do that to wake up. So he had to go through his awakening, and that was his crossing the threshold was when he was homeless, and he had to now I'm really up against it. I've got no money. I'm sleeping in a tent. I've lost all of that. All of it's been taken away. Now what? Now who am I? Everything I value has been taken away. Must have been painful, but that's exactly what he needed to awaken to who he really was.
Yeah.
And then go on a an authentic spiritual journey of discovering who he was, becoming a teacher, and so on. It's not always easy, is it? I mean, it doesn't follow the cookie cutter. Like if you're following, okay, you're going to do this and this and that, it's all planned out, then it's probably not the plan of the Holy Spirit. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
So we've been given all of these teachings, all the mind training lessons, and the text, and everything that I've created around that in this course, in the Art of Letting Go program, to just help you to do that process of letting go, to practice forgiving or letting go of the blocks to love's presence, as Yeshua calls them, blocks to the pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance that arise in our minds on a daily basis. Let's be honest. They come up, we face them, we experience those blocks, any kind of negativity, any lack, any limitation, any pain, any suffering. It's a block that's arising, which we then need to be aware of, recognize what it is, let it go, drop that thought, drop that feeling, so we can experience the peace, happiness, abundance, and freedom that lie beyond it, that are the inevitable consequences of this true awareness, also known as divine or agape love. So to just conclude all this, I hope that everything in the program, everything in these emails is helping you to connect the dots of the Holy Spirit's, or the remembrance of perfect love's thought system, because that's what it's designed to do. So you start going, oh, okay, I see how it all integrates. I see how it all fits together as one comprehensive, complete thought system that entirely replaces the ego's thought system. Can you see that? Because once you see that, and you've got a complete, comprehensive thought system that you're confident replaces the ego's thought system entirely, then why would you need the ego? That's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you have to be quite convinced of that before you're going to abandon the ego. Because apparently the ego is your friend. It's helped you to get through life so far. Maybe it hasn't done such a bad job, you reason. It's it's got me to where I am. So very risky letting go of that, because it kind of worked.
Yeah, exactly.
Except it hasn't really worked.
Yeah.
If you're really honest about it, has it really worked? Has it brought you the ultimate peace, joy, happiness, the sense of meaning, the sense of connection with who you really are? Has it really given you that?
No.
And the answer is obvious. It hasn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be seeking for that.
Yeah.
If it had worked, the search would be over. But in the ego, the search is never over. It's always going to be telling you to seek for the answer somewhere outside of you, but the caveat's that it's never going to allow you to find it. Because as soon as you find the answer, then the ego's done for. Which is why it's the most ultimately frustrating thought system in the world. Seek and never find the answer. Okay, so I'm going to try and try and try, seek and seek, and I'm never going to get it. I mean, ultimately frustrating. You realize at some point you're not really getting anywhere. You're trying, it's going nowhere, and eventually you're going to give up on that. And in that giving up is your awakening. Right? That's exactly what the Buddha did. He tried and he tried, and he tried so hard. I mean, this guy tried.
Yeah.
He was the ultimate trier for awakening. He was like, whatever it takes, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to try so hard. I'm willing to kill my body. Right? Eventually, when he realized, like, okay, I've got to actually just let go of all of that effort. Because I think he just got exhausted. He was physically, mentally, he was done. He was burnt out. He was like, I just
Mm.
can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm like,
But
I'm. Hmm?
yeah, it's funny though, Jonathan, because I never saw that that my ego was actually the problem, you know.
Hmm.
That's the
No,
thing.
but you won't. That's the cunning of it.
Yes,
You
so
see,
yeah.
you're stuck in a system, and you're going, okay, so I'm going to find my way out. I'm going to go on this growth,
Mm,
and you were genuinely trying to do that,
mm,
but the ego was taking charge of that journey and saying, okay, well, I'll still manage the process, and I'll make sure that whatever you do, Archie, the separate self, is still intact
mm,
through all of this, which is why you're frustrated because it's like, well, I'm looking for the answer, but the
mm,
answer lies outside of Archie. I can't
mm,
find the answer within the Archie
mm,
construct.
mm,
So as long as I'm looking for the answer as a separate self,
mm.
I'm never going to find the answer
Yeah,
because the answer lies beyond the thought system of the separate self.
yeah, yeah. Which I never really got. I never really.
No, but you're not. That's the. If you got that,
Yeah,
then you would have woken up, right? As soon
yeah,
as you get that, you're like, oh my god,
yeah,
I
mm,
see the trap, right? I
yeah,
get it because I see the trap that I've been in.
mm,
And once you've seen it clearly, then you can free yourself from it. It's exactly the Buddha didn't really get it for
mm,
7 years. So, you're in good company here.
mm,
He's trying, he's trying, and he's trying so hard. He didn't get it until finally he got it.
mm,
And he just went, oh, okay, I get it. I'm nearly dead. It's nearly cost me my life to get it. But finally, I've actually got it.
mm,
It's actually just in the letting go that you're going to get it. It's not in all the stressing and straining and striving, even if that's for enlightenment. It's not
mm.
going to work because the process is a letting go, not a like the harder you try, the less likely you are to get it.
Yeah,
Which is, because the harder you try, the more courses you do. I'm trying.
mm,
Oh, this one's. It's like no, because you're
mm,
just doing the same thing from the
mm,
same mindset, from the
yeah,
same perspective. As Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again,
yeah,
expecting a different result. It's not going to be different. You've got to fundamentally change the game, i.e.,
mm,
transcend the level of thinking that created the problem of your life.
mm,
And that's not that easy to do.
mm,
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I get it. Okay, well, all very well. You might have a revelation, a realization, a moment of satori, but then you got to carry on living your life. It's not just
yeah,
going to disappear. So how do you do that in a very systematic way? And that's why Yeshua created A Course in Miracles. Like, okay, this is needed. These people need this process that they can do this every day and they can systematically change their mind on a very fundamental level over time.
mm,
So it gives you a year program. Well, if you're a really good learner, you would learn it all in a year, but no one does.
mm.
Let's be honest about it. So it's going to take you a decade or two to really get it
Yeah,
realistically. But that's okay.
mm,
What's the rush? All right.
mm,
So it takes the next 2 decades of your life to
mm,
really get it and really awaken. Well, so in the
mm,
process, you're going to have very interesting journey, interesting
mm,
experiences.
mm,
It's going to be the most inspired life you can live.
mm.
And in the end, you wake up and you get it.
Yeah,
Maybe it won't take 20 years. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. I can't say. I'm going to
mm,
limit you.
mm,
But it's delusional to go, oh, enlightenment is, around the corner. It's going to happen
mm.
this weekend. I remember one lady saying to me, well, our teacher says we all might just ascend this weekend. I went, Stephanie, I don't think that's going to happen somehow. I think you're probably quite safe. She said, oh, I might just ascend. So you might not see me on Monday morning. I went, hmm.
Yeah.
Is that really likely? No, very unlikely to
Mm,
happen. Because as far as we know, only one person in human history has done that. And even then, maybe he didn't even do that. Maybe he just disappeared and, made a journey to the east. Who knows?
mm,
What's to say? There's no proof of anyone ever doing that, just disappearing.
mm.
So much more like to take a pragmatic, realistic approach to this. Say, okay, it's a journey. It's a it's a thought system I've got to learn, and I'm just going to break that down into bite-sized chunks. I'm going to do it every day.
Mm.
This is ongoing journey of learning this. My life is my learning of this.
Mm.
Everything is dedicated to this process of awakening.
Mm.
Now I have a life that's meaningful. Now I have a life that offers me hope. Anything else is delusional
Mm.
because you're hoping that your life is going to bring you some outcome in the external world, which is ultimately going to disappoint you. No matter what that outcome is, you're going to be disappointed with it in the end.
Mm.
Even if you become a famous celebrity, superstar, greatest sportsman in history in your sport, whatever, that will ultimately disappoint you.
Mm.
Just ask anyone who's attained those levels of success, and they'll tell you, yeah, look, life goes on. It's not all it's cracked up to be. Life's still not perfect. And guess what? It's going to fade away. It's not going to last. People still die. You're getting older. You still, so there's no permanent salvation there, isn't it? It's just a temporary ego patch for a very dysfunctional dream.
Mm.
So why not just go for the whole kahuna? The only worthy goal in life is awakening. That's what Yeshua said.
Yeah.
It's the only one that means anything, that's actually going to bring you any authentic peace, joy, happiness, and ultimately free you from this whole insane place.
Mm.
So dedicate your mind and your life to that, because there's nothing else that's worthy of your time or
Mm.
your effort. Again, it's pretty radical. Most people are like, well, what about my family and what about my career and
Mm.
what about all these other things that I value? Nope.
Mm.
Ultimately, all of that falls away in the face of the truth,
Mm.
of this necessity to awaken.
Mm.
Okay, so quite a lot to cover actually.
Mm.
Any thoughts on any of that? That leads us nicely into the lesson.
Mm.
So should we dive into the lesson? Do you need a quick break?
Yes, a quick break will be good.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, it's already 20 past 8.
I know.
Okay then. It's quite a short lesson. I think it's only about 7 paragraphs, so it's not too
Okay.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes. I just need to take a
Yeah,
natural break.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. See you now. Alrighty. You there, Archie? Let's go into the lesson, shall we? You know what I need? Leaf. Fire on these. Okie dokie. Are you ready, Archie? All right, are you there, Archie?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So let's dive in then to the lesson. It's only 6 paragraphs, you'll be pleased to know. So it's quite short. Lesson 162 we're on to. I am as God created me. So I'll read the original.
Mm-hmm.
You have a go at the alternative. So if you read that alternative key idea.
I am as perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends me.
Yeah, so quite a different flavor to the original.
Mm.
Really identifying God as that perfect loving awareness and an infinite abundance. So
Mm.
if I am that, this extends me, then I must be this perfect loving awareness. So any thought that's not loving cannot be me. And any thought that's scarcity based, fear based, if I'm infinite abundance, then that can't be true either.
Mm.
So by expanding God into perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance, it's not just, oh, we're trying to be clever. It's
Mm.
because it's really helpful in changing our minds.
Mm.
Perfect loving awareness makes it, okay, so that's what God is. It's this perfect loving awareness, and it's this awareness of infinite abundance. So if I'm thinking in any way, shape, or form of scarcity, which most people do all the time, or there's not enough to go around. I'm worried about scarce resources. This is how the ego works. then that's not of God. That's not thinking those aren't thoughts that I should keep in my mind. So the language matters because it brings it very much into our awareness of what this thing called God is. It's very easy on that level to say, I'm as God created me. Well, I don't even know what that means. If I don't know what God is,
Yeah.
then I don't really know what created me, and I don't know who I am, and I'm none the wiser. So it comes down to, well, what does that mean? What does that term God mean? Which is why we translate it. All right, then read this is a little illustration we have to illustrate one of the points in the lesson.
I have not succeeded in tainting my identity with my unloving thoughts and actions. My sinlessness is guaranteed by God. When it comes to my identity, I have no power. God has all the power.
Yeah, so again, translate those into alternative by God or perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance, and just read it like that and see how that changes.
And instead of sinlessness,
Sinlessness is innocence.
separation, or no?
Sinlessness is the translation for that is innocence.
Innocence. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, because it's negative. It's a sinlessness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So read it out in just doing the alternative. So my innocence is.
My innocence is guaranteed by perfect love's awareness. No, a perfect loving awareness.
Yeah, and infinite abundance.
And infinite abundance.
Hmm.
When it comes to my identity, and when it means identity there, it means true identity, doesn't it? My real identity.
Yeah, so that should really be capitalized.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's anything talking about the truth should be consistently capitalized. So, Archie, if you want a job, all of these images could be redone.
Well, I know I did actually volunteer, didn't I?
You did. It's a lot of work, but each one of these, you give this to AI and you tell it what you want, it'll do it. It's just you've got to do each one individually, and it's I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. I can't undertake that at 3 a.m. It's not.
Yes. Yeah.
So, but that's why it's an iteration. It's like, okay, it'll do for now. We can do the translation.
Yeah.
But ultimately, to really make this like a proper integrous system, we would translate the images, the language in these illustrations into the alternative language.
Yeah.
And fix any errors, and some of the images can be changed. But AI will do it. You just got to take each image and tell it, give it instructions, say, change this to that. You can probably create your own GPT where you tell it, you give it the master instruction.
You give it a style, and then
yes. So this is the style, and this is the overall translation that I want you to do.
Yeah.
And then it'll do it for all the images, or just have the instructions and copy and paste them every time. So here's the spiel, but it's still quite a lot of work. But imagine that like all these images customized to the language, then it would take it to another level. Definitely, of course, it'd be like, okay, this is really customized, unique, and you're not going to get it anywhere else. Because this language is unique to the art of letting go and life form. All right. Anyway, so let's move on. Shall I read the original? You read the alternative. Or do you want to do it the other way around? Whichever.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. So this single thought held firmly in the mind would save the world.
This single thought held firmly in my mind would free the world.
From time to time, we'll repeat it as we reach another stage in learning.
From time to time, it will be repeated as I reach another stage of learning.
It will mean far more to you as you advance.
It will mean far more to me as I progress.
These words are sacred, for they are the words God gave in answer to the world you made.
These words are sacred, for they are the words pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance gave in answer to the world I made.
Can we make that gives instead of gave?
Yeah.
Because then it's very present tense. Okay,
Yeah.
bring it into present moment. It gives, right now it's giving you the answer
Mm.
in these words.
Mm.
As by them it disappears, and all things seen within its misty clouds and vaporous illusions vanish as these words are spoken.
As these words are spoken, it disappears, and all things I perceived within its misty clouds and vaporous illusions vanish.
For they come from God.
For they come from pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance.
From the top.
This single thought, held firmly in my mind, would free the world. From time to time, it will be repeated as I reach another stage of learning. It will mean far more to me as I progress. These words are sacred, for they are the words pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance gives in answer to the world I made. As these words are spoken, it disappears, and all things I perceived within its misty clouds and vaporous illusions vanish, for they come from pure formless awareness of of perfect love and infinite abundance.
Okay. So, summary of that in your own words. What's he saying?
Yeah. So this single thought, so that single thought being what was on the slide, wasn't it, about the
Yeah.
true
Yeah.
idea? Yeah,
The key idea, yeah,
that's an,
which is
yeah,
I am as God created me, was perfect loving awareness and infinite
yeah.
abundance extends me.
Yeah, so just remembering that, if I can just, kind of always remember that would
Hmm.
free, would free me basically from the
Hmm.
world. Um, and it will say, yeah, and as I keep repeating that and keep remembering that, then I progress up through the stages of learning.
Well,
Um,
what he's saying is it's going to be repeated later in the course. So he does
yeah,
repeat this idea from time to time. There's about 5 lessons where it's essentially
yeah,
the same idea. I'm as God created me. It's just slightly different terminology, language
yeah,
that's used. And then as you reach another stage of learning, you go, oh, wow, I get it at a different level now.
yeah,
I might have read that
yeah,
back in lesson 92, because I think it's lesson
mm,
92, he first talks about it. But
mm,
I didn't really get it. Now I read it in lesson 162. Okay. And then you go, it's funny. Now I really get it.
mm,
And then you go, the next time you go, oh, no, 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 no. Like now I really get it.
yeah, yeah.
Because it's levels and levels. And
Mm,
then just when you think you've really got it, it's like, okay, no, actually there's a whole nother level that's gonna
mm,
unfold for you, which is why you can never really get bored with this stuff. Because it's just
yeah,
levels and levels of your own awakening,
yeah,
which is the most thrilling process that you could ever go through.
yeah. And I do like that it says these words are sacred as well. That really kind of cements it, doesn't it? That these words
Mm,
are.
mm. Yeah,
Um,
I mean, just in such a simple, the genius of this
mm,
course is in such simple language.
yeah.
I am as God created me. That is what, one, two, three, 6 words.
Mm,
Ours is longer, but
mm,
still, you've got one fairly simple sentence.
mm,
I am as perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends me. Okay, what's that?
yeah,
10 words or something. In 10 words, you've got the whole truth. You can
yeah,
transform your
yeah,
entire mind and your life.
yeah.
I mean, that's extraordinary. As he says, if you just accepted this,
Mm,
it's a complete game changer. It's going to free your mind, it's going to free the world.
mm,
So just because it's given so casually, oh, there we go, there's another lesson.
yeah,
Don't take it lightly. Like this is actually fundamental, ultimate truth. It completely, radically changed my mind, changed my reality, awaken me, free me from the entire matrix of time space. That's what this simple idea can do, and that's what he's trying to say to us.
mm,
And each lesson of the course can actually do that. If you fully understood and lived that lesson, it would awaken you fully.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
how it works. So each day we have a new opportunity to fully awaken through whatever idea he's given us.
yeah.
It's pretty profound. Like
Mm,
every day is like, okay, this is it. You fully get this lesson and you wake up, you're enlightened.
Yeah.
Will you fully get it? No, maybe you won't, but you have the opportunity at each time. And if you keep doing it, at some point, that lesson might just really land with you, and you go, "Whoa, okay." Like I might have read that 5 times before because I've done the course for 5 years, but this time it's really hit me like a ton of bricks. Really, like you just never know when that's going to happen. That's why you should just keep doing it until you're fully awake, until you've gone the whole way. Okay, and then it just makes reference to the misty clouds, vaporous illusions of this world. It's like a cloud, it's a dream, quite nice imagery.
Yeah.
So it's all like a mirage. It's
Yeah.
vaporous. These things, come and go, they disappear. Mist is not substantial. It doesn't last. He's used the language very carefully there to create the image in our minds.
Yeah.
For they come from pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance. They come from God. So this is exactly how the truth then gets expressed in the dream world via the true self. Let's go back to that diagram. So it comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love, which doesn't know language, but via the true self and the Holy Spirit, it gets expressed in language so that we can understand it, so that it's accessible for us at this level in the matrix, because this is beyond language.
Yeah.
Entirely. But it can express itself in language, thank goodness, because otherwise we might never learn it. Language frames the idea. It allows us to think of it. Allows us. It's not the truth, but it's a pointer to the truth. It's a signpost to get to the truth, isn't it? Without the language, you might be lost forever. So the Course uses a lot of words, a lot of language, as signposts, as pointers to the ultimate experience of truth, which is beyond language. But while we in the dream world, while we're on our journey, we need the signposts. Okay. Let's go back there. All right, happy with number one? We move on.
Yeah.
You want to switch it? You want to read the original, or shall I just read the original the whole time? I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. So I'll read the original, then you read the alternative. Here is the word by which the Son became his Father's happiness, his love, and his completion.
Here is the message by which the extension became its source's happiness, love, and completion.
Here creation is proclaimed and honored as it is.
Here being is proclaimed and honored as it is.
There is no dream these words will not dispel, no thought of sin, and no illusion which the dream contains that will not fade away before their might.
There is no dream these words will not dispel, no thought of sin, and no illusion which the dream contains that will not disappear before their power.
They are the trumpets of awakening that sounds around the world.
They are the trumpet of awakening that sounds around the world.
Trumpet. What do you think? Call of awakening.
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah.
The idea of trumpet is, the I think there's that Christian idea that all the herald angels are
Yeah,
going to
exactly. The angels kind of,
blow the trumpet.
Yeah.
So that's what he's referring to.
Yeah.
But that's just a metaphor.
Yeah.
It's not actually going to happen in truth. So they are the call of awakening that sounds around the world. I think that's probably better. The
Yeah.
dead awake in answer to its call.
The spiritually dead awaken in answer to its call.
Yeah. So I've put spiritually dead because people could go, okay, hang on. So he's predicting that the dead are suddenly going to wake up and come back to life.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. So we're going to see
Yeah.
a whole lot of resurrected people, walking around.
Yeah.
And no, that's not what he means. It's just the
Yeah.
dead is the spiritually dead.
Yeah.
who are asleep in the dream, asleep in the
Yeah.
ego. And those who live and hear the sound will never look on death.
And those who live and hear this sound will never perceive death.
Okay, from the top.
Yeah. Here is the message by which the extension became its source's happiness, love, and completion. Here being is proclaimed and honored as it is. There is no dream these words will not dispel, no thought of.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I just lost my place. No thought of sin and no illusion which the dream contains that will not disappear before their power. They are the call of awakening that sounds around the world. The spiritually dead awaken in answer to its call, and those who live and hear this call will never perceive death.
Yeah, what's he
Should
saying in that one?
it
Mm-hmm.
it there be in capital I in number 5?
I was wondering about that. Spiritually dead awakening answer to its
It's
call.
cool.
The
Yeah.
call of awakening that sounds around the world. So it is awakening.
Yeah.
No,
No.
actually,
Okay. Yeah.
because awakening is the process. Yeah, it's not referring to level one, absolute
Yes. Okay.
extension or source or
Mm.
etc. No, but good you see that because that's those little. That's what I spent a lot of times like, should that be capitalized or not?
Yeah.
It's like it's two
Yeah.
in the
Yeah. No. No.
morning.
No. That's yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but you get it. Yeah,
Yeah.
because of the call of awakening, that if that was, then I'd have to capitalize that. If
Yeah.
it's is capitalized,
Yeah.
which I don't do consistently. I also have to then
Yeah.
consider, well, if I capitalize it here, then I've got to do it throughout the whole
Yeah.
course
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
consistent. So I really think about it.
Mm.
It's
Mm.
really about, is it eternal truth? Is it ultimate
Mm.
absolute?
Mm-hmm.
um, or pointing it, because the true self isn't absolute, but it's halfway there, you
Mm.
know.
Yeah.
So I think,
No. No. No.
um,
It's fine. I think. Yeah. I think
no, but
that's.
I'm just clarifying this in my
Yeah.
mind. Actually, it's quite useful. So if it's at this level, then it would be small. If it's talking
Yeah.
about the process, except that one-ment is always capitalized, so that's interesting. So there are contradictions in it, but
Yeah.
mostly this is all small. But at this level, once it gets to the mezzanine level, the intermediate level, then it's
Yeah.
capitalized. Then Christ, true self, Holy Spirit, etc., is capitalized. The only exception to that, resurrection would be small, transformation. The atonement at one-ment, he
Mm.
capitalizes, but then you could argue that at one-ment is also a destination. See? It's a
Yeah.
process of awakening, but it's also the final destination is, you could put it here, but I haven't done that because that just confuses people.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to keep it consistent.
Yeah.
And
Well, you could say that at one moment and oneness. Uh,
yeah,
yeah. One and the
the
same.
one-ment typically refers to a
Yeah.
process of
Process. Yeah.
awakening to the
Yeah.
oneness. But you could say, well, at one-ment is also the final state in which you'll rest.
Mm. Mm.
I'm at one with God. So when I'm
Mm.
in the end of the at one-ment process, I
Mm.
am at one with my source. So I'm in that ultimate perfect stage of at one-ment. You could use it as a destination as well as part of the process.
Mm.
The course doesn't typically use it in that way, except that it capitalizes it, except that the course capitalizes things that shouldn't be capitalized and doesn't capitalize things that should be capitalized a
Mm.
lot.
Mm.
So I don't go on the course. The original version of the course is very poor at the capitalization. They made a lot of, for instance, spirit is small.
Mm.
Well, that doesn't make any sense if it's at that level.
Yeah.
If spirit is small and you're putting it down here, but clearly
Mm.
it doesn't belong there,
Mm.
and it doesn't even belong here.
Mm.
It actually belongs up here. It's another name, alternative for perfect love or source or God.
Yeah.
So those contradictions litter the course, and that confuses people.
Yeah.
Then they're like, well, what are you talking about? Why is it small?
Mm.
Well, because probably they were editing and they got tired and they just didn't kind of clock that one and they just kind of let it
Mm.
go. They
Mm.
didn't really think it through and discuss it. And then people would say, "Oh, you can't change it." I'm like, "Well, if they made a mistake, then you have to change it.
Mm.
They weren't perfect. They were human beings,
Mm.
and they did the best job they could. They did a pretty good job, but nevertheless, I can imagine it must have taken hours and hours and hours of
Mm.
painstakingly going through the text, editing it when they didn't have computers then, so they would have done it on a typewriter. It would have
Yeah.
all been typed out. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, pretty laborious stuff. They couldn't just change it and then go, okay, there you go. It's
Mm.
done. It had to be typed out.
Yeah.
So that's it's just like anything. The course just needs an update. It needs a modernization 50 years on, and that's exactly what this is. All right, let's go back to there. Happy with that. Spiritually dead, awakening answer. Happy with number 6. I thought that might cause you to question it. But those who live and hear this call will never perceive death.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
And those who live and hear this call will never perceive death. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So you transcend the idea of death ultimately. If you spiritually awaken, the idea of death becomes meaningless.
Mm.
You realize that you cannot die. The body dies, but that was never you. So there is
Yeah.
no death. In
Yeah.
fact, that's the
What,
that's the
what if
next lesson.
what if you use the word transcend instead of never perceive? Or is that too far away from
Well, maybe. And those who live and hear this call, um, yeah, read it. See how that sits.
and those who live and hear this call will transcend death. Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Hmm?
Mm.
We'll never look on death. Yeah, we'll transcend
The idea of death, yeah. Yeah.
transcend the death.
Yeah. Yeah, and those who live and hear this call will transcend the idea of death.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Which is fundamental to the ego. The
Mm.
idea of death is so foundational to the ego that once
Yeah.
you're done with death, that's kind of the final obstacle. In fact, if you're reading the text, it's the final obstacle to peace
Mm.
is the attraction of death.
Mm.
We're actually attracted to it, bizarrely.
Really, even though we fear it, we're
Yeah.
attracted.
Well, it's a sick attraction of guilt. You fear it,
Yeah. Yeah.
but you're attracted. I mean, I'll give you an example. I had this
Well, I was going to say,
weird,
it reminds you of like fatal attraction. It's just like
yeah, I had this weird
attraction.
experience once. I went
Yeah.
to Victoria Falls. I don't know if you've ever been there.
Mm. I haven't, but yeah, in Zimbabwe.
But
Yeah.
yeah, massive falls. It's about a 100
Yeah.
meter drop. And I had this crazy idea to jump. I was
Mm.
like literally not that far away from going, just
Mm.
jump and like, of course, your rational mind's going, no, that's really not a good idea. You don't want to do that
Yeah.
because if you
Yeah.
jump, that's death. But there was this kind of weird attraction to the thing, so much so that like I could feel that impulse. If I hadn't
Mm.
controlled that impulse, I might well have done
Mm.
it. And of
Yeah.
course, that would have been it. You don't jump off the Victoria Falls and survive generally.
Yeah.
It would have
Yeah.
been virtually impossible to survive. So I
Mm.
knew rationally that this was crazy. This was like suicide. This was a death wish. And
Mm.
yet there was this weird attraction to it.
Mm.
And I couldn't really explain it at the time. I was like, I don't really understand what that's about. Like,
Mm.
why would I be attracted to jumping?
Mm.
But there was something that was
Mm.
attractive about it. So it's because at the foundation of the ego, it's got a death wish.
Mm.
The ego is a death wish.
Mm.
So if it's wishing for death, then the idea of death becomes quite attractive, and this is why suicide is quite an attractive option for some people,
Mm.
for
Mm.
many people. Even if they don't do it, it's like, oh, that's actually quite an attractive option. You know, like I'm called to that because it's an escape.
Mm.
It's the end of it.
End of
They perceive
suffering.
it as the end of suffering.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a way out, right? It's the way out of the problems and the pain and the suffering of
Yeah.
my life in this world, and I could just end it all, except that it doesn't work. That's the only problem. It's not really going to work because temporarily you might bring it into those, but if you haven't corrected your mind, guess what? You're coming
Mm.
back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you have to deal with additional karma that you created
Mm.
because now you've just entrenched the idea of death even further because you believed in it, you killed yourself.
Mm.
And probably you didn't think very much about what other people might think. So a lot of people suffered because
Yeah.
you killed yourself, because
Yeah.
you've got friends and family and people who would have been affected by that. And you just went, sorry, I can't cut it. So I'm not going to really worry about them. I'm just going to do it and leave everyone to pick up the pieces after me. It's
Yeah.
not a very sort of considerate
Mm.
thing to do, is it?
Yeah.
When you realize that it's not going to work,
Mm.
then that's part of the awakening. It's like, okay, no, death isn't an answer. The only answer to the problem is awakening. It's
Mm.
the death of the ego that needs to happen. But my
Yeah.
body doesn't have to die along with the ego. I can live in an enlightened state, in an awakened state, without an ego in my body for a while. That's possible. It's been demonstrated. It's shown.
Mm.
Not you won't last very long, but the Buddha stayed around for 35 years. Yeshua stayed around for 4 years, something like that,
Mm.
after his awakening. So it is doable, and in that awakened state, your experience of life will be completely transformed, completely different, and you can make um, a fundamental impact on other people's lives from that state.
Yeah.
So you lose the sick attraction of death. It's no longer attractive anymore, and you just go, actually, it's just a delusion. Death is another delusion, right? It's another part of the dream, seemingly very final, but actually it's not. All you've done is killed a temporary body, which was a dream,
Mm.
and you essentially are going to go back, change your costume, and you come back into the dream in another costume.
Mm.
That's what's going to happen. That's what death is.
Yeah.
So reincarnation doesn't really help you if you still don't know who you are.
Mm.
That's a direct quote from Eckhart Tolle.
Mm.
Doesn't you got to wake up to who you are, and then you realize that the whole idea of birth and death is illusory.
Mm.
Because if you're eternal, you can't really die.
Yeah.
You can't really be born either. You just
Yeah.
are. It
Used
is
to.
what it is.
Yeah.
You transcend the illusion of birth and death, which is pretty fundamental. To awaken, you have to do that. And if
Mm.
you're caught up in the illusion of birth and death, and you're on the wheel of birth and death, as they call it in Buddhist terminology, you're asleep. You're dreaming. You don't know who you are. And you can approach it from either end. I had a very interesting experience when Gabriel was born, because it really brought home that cycle of birth and death to me. It had never been that obvious to me before. It's like, well, yeah, I kind of know we're born, but
Mm.
yeah, my birth is a long time ago. I
Yeah.
don't have any dealings with babies, so it's
Mm.
all kind of forgotten. But
Mm.
when it was so immediately present, and I'm holding this newborn baby in my arms, I was the first person to hold him, not the first person because he had a steroid C-section, so the doctors held, but then she
Mm.
was still knocked out. She
Yeah.
was under anesthetic, so I held him. And it was actually quite freaked out. I was freaked out. I was like, "Oh my God, what
Mm.
just happened here?"
Yeah.
This soul came into the world, is now in a helpless body. I
Mm.
could drop him on his head
Mm.
right now, and that could seriously affect his entire life. And he's got no control over that whatsoever.
Mm.
I'm like, that is not freedom, right? That is bondage.
Mm.
When you're born, it's like, oh, baby, beautiful. No, they're absolutely helpless,
Yeah.
completely at the mercy of a world that could do anything. And sometimes anything does happen to them. Babies get abandoned and chucked in dump trucks and done all kinds of horrific stuff
Yeah. Yeah.
because they're completely helpless. Well, why would a mind do that to itself?
Mm.
Why would you put yourself into such a helpless, vulnerable position
Mm.
unless that is what you wanted on a level? You wanted to be a helpless, seemingly innocent victim as a baby of a cruel world so that your ego and your grievances that maintain your ego would be justified.
Mm.
And then I'm like, like ding, ding, ding. I'm starting to get the picture.
Mm.
I had to do it from both ends. I'd
Mm.
experienced death before, but I hadn't experienced birth. It was like, okay,
Mm.
I'm starting to see
Mm.
death. Death is the start, birth is the start of the idea of death. You understand?
Yeah.
Because the moment we're born, we start to age and we start the process of aging and eventual death starts the
Mm.
moment we're born. Now,
Mm.
people would say, well, that's a pretty, negative way of looking at it. Celebrate it, it's new life. Yeah, but it's very temporary.
Mm.
In 80, 90 years, that newborn baby is going to be an old man or woman who's
Mm.
ready to die. So let's just, if you just sped that all up and you frame that over a minute of someone's lifetime, which you could do, if you had various photos of someone taken every 5 years and you just went, you would see it in a minute and you would go, oh my God,
Mm.
that's it, the whole life. And what was it all about? They're
Mm.
born, they have 80 years in between, they die. And what did that all mean, really?
Mm.
And this is part of the awakening process, is questioning what most people don't have the courage to question. I mean, it freaked me out. I was really like, I really struggled with it. It was a difficult time. I was also waking up. I had all this anger and rage coming up. It was a pretty testing time.
Mm.
And you with a newborn baby with a whole lot of anger and rage coming up. You can imagine. This is like, oh my God, this is just this is just, oh my goodness, just get me through this, man. Whatever. But
Yeah.
that's when you dig deep. You're like,
Mm.
okay, I've got to find the truth.
Mm.
That's the only thing that's going to save me here.
Mm.
And then you realize that, that's what he's talking about. The course is for you to awaken to who you are. That's the whole point.
Mm.
And usually that's done in private with no great fanfare, no show, and no one around to witness it. It's just what's going on in
Mm.
your own mind,
Yeah.
in your own life. And so, I'm very grateful for that experience because
Mm.
as tough as it was, it did wake me up. And that's the whole point. I wouldn't be able to teach on this level if I hadn't been through that experience.
Mm.
So it was all good. But at the time, I was like, oh my God, can I get through this? I'm actually going to survive this because
Mm.
it's so intense, so difficult.
Mm.
But we do somehow.
Mm.
And then you realize, well, it's not me that got through that. There was another power that pulled me through that.
Yeah.
And you learn that power is there because you've experienced it, because it's helped you in your hour of greatest need. That's probably when I really prayed. It was like, I don't know, just whatever, just help me. Like I don't know anymore. I'm so lost. I'm so confused. I'm so down on my knees. Just like I don't know anymore. Just help me.
Mm.
That's the true prayer, isn't it? And then the Spirit steps in and says, okay, finally, you're willing to listen. Okay, all right. Let's go. Let's pick you up from this the state of wherever you are in depression, despair, and let's resurrect your life. Let's resurrect your mind and resurrect your life into the truth, into who you really are. And there's a process to this, and just take my hand and I'll lead you there.
Mm.
So you're not alone. You're never alone. In your darkest hour, you're never alone.
Yeah.
We've got to realize that. And everyone who's ever been through a dark night of the soul will attest to that. You're not alone. There is a presence. There is a power there.
Mm.
You've just got to call on it and be willing to say, okay, like I'm done. I can't do it anymore on my own. My ego has failed me. It's a disaster. Like because your ego has to fail you to realize that you're not the ego, right? You can't.
Yeah.
If your ego keeps succeeding, you're never going to realize that. So the ego has to completely fail you in order for you to awaken, which is a pretty awful experience. It's not pleasant, but it's what has to happen in order to fully awaken.
Mm.
Okay, so just this is a recap. If you just read that slide, illustrated, which is quite nice.
Yeah, so I am as God created me. The central theme of this lesson is the power and sacredness of these words. There is no dream these words will not dispel, no thought of sin and no illusion that the dream contains that will not fade away before their might. His dreams are happy and his rest secure, his safety certain and his body healed. He will save the world because he gives the world of what he receives each time he practices the words of truth. His mind is now the treasury in which God places all his gifts and all his love to be distributed to all the world.
Yeah, so nice ideas, nice illustrations. All of these are side effects of awakening.
Mm.
Where people go wrong is they go, no, well, I want a happy life. I want safety. I want my body to be healed, but I make that a primary goal. No, it's a secondary side effect of your awakening.
Yeah.
It comes from realizing who you are naturally, automatically. These things just arise. You don't have to try. It just once you understand who you are, these things are there in that awareness. So that's why you say you only need God because everything derives from that.
Mm.
These are side benefits or blessings that happen automatically in the dream when you really wake up to who you are, which is why these words are sacred, because they have the power to transform your whole life experience radically and fundamentally.
Yeah.
If you really understand them and you really live them. Some people say, oh, exaggerating, like I've done the course for years, but it's the depth to which you go. How much do you really understand it and feel into it? And if you can really understand it and live it, then these are absolutely transformational. Your life is going to change, and you're going to be awakened if you truly live this.
Mm.
The ego is gone; it's done for. There's
Mm.
no ego left.
Mm.
So don't underestimate the power, but in practice, it's going to be a process. Yeah, and then tomorrow will be another lesson. If you're really done, he would stop it here. It's okay, lessons learned, but he knows, okay, well, look, you probably haven't fully learned this, so let's carry on. Now let's look at another idea. Let's look at another way of undoing your ego tomorrow, because this is an ongoing process. Okay, so holy indeed is he who makes these words his own, arising with them in his mind, recalling them throughout the day, at night bringing them with him as he goes to sleep.
I am innocent indeed when I make these words my own, arising with them in my mind, recalling them throughout the day and using them again before bed.
His dreams are happy and his rest secure, his safety certain and his body healed, because he sleeps and wakens with the truth before him always.
My dreams are happy and my rest secure, my safety certain and my body healed, because I sleep and awaken with the truth or abundance before me always.
He will save the world because he gives the world what he receives each time he practices the words of truth.
I will free every sentient being because I give every one of them what I receive each time I practice these words of truth or abundance.
Yeah, so because we're all connected
Mm.
in the one mind, and whenever you practice this, that is going into the one mind. You're
Yeah,
giving it to everyone
yeah.
instantly. We're all connected on that level. You can't understand that at the level of form, of course,
Mm.
but at the level of one-mindedness,
Mm.
it makes complete sense.
Yeah.
So you are contributing to the awakening or the damnation of everyone with every thought.
Yeah.
That's the simple truth.
Yeah.
Once you realize that, you're going to be a lot more vigilant of your thoughts.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because you're thinking an ugly, aggressive, fearful, attacking thought, you're contributing to that in that moment in the whole mind. And then you're part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Yeah.
So if you realize that, then you go, okay, stop right now. Because right now I'm actually harming the whole. Even though that harm doesn't seem to be manifest, I am behind in every cruel act. I am behind every unkindness, every corruption, every suffering, every sickness, every death. I am contributing to that with this thought. Whoa, like when you come to that awareness, it's like, okay, I need to be a lot more aware of what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And a lot more vigilant. And if you catch it, okay, it's not a sin if you have a negative thought. Just realize what it is and let it go. So you don't perpetuate the madness.
Yeah.
But most people don't have this awareness, so they're quite happy to stew in their internal juices, thinking, oh well, no one else knows what I'm thinking. But actually, you're contributing to the whole.
Yeah.
You thinking vindictive, malicious thoughts, you contributing to revenge and attack and hatred and fear throughout the world. And the more people do that, the more that grows, right? If everyone starts thinking those thoughts, then that is going to grow in society like a cancer. It's going to become much more prevalent. So it makes a difference on the collective level. We look at, again, integral model, quite useful. On this collective level, it's made up the sum total of all the individual thoughts, emotions, states of mind, perceptions, and immediate sensations is the collective. So if a high proportion of individuals are either thinking loving, happy thoughts or very negative, fearful thoughts, then that is going to have a profound impact on the subjective, intersubjective, the we, that's the culture, which is then going to create interobjective systems, physical individual realities in the objective and collectively. So you only have to look at, so take two extreme examples. Take probably the most enlightened society that ever existed was under Ashoka the Great in ancient India. He was a very cruel tyrant who reformed, went to Buddhism, and spent the rest of his life essentially atoning for his apparent sins, and created the biggest empire India's ever known that was peaceful. It was based on peace and love and compassion. And he kept this extraordinary empire together for 50 years, something like that. Extraordinary. So now, non-violent society based that's possible. So created by one man's awakening, he then created that as a culture, which changed the systems of that whole empire. He set up. He even set up national parks. Extraordinary. In that day and age, he had national parks because he valued the animals, the welfare of animals. So example of a system set up that then came from the shared values and meaning, which ultimately came from one person. Then contrast that with, say, Nazi Germany, right? Other extreme. One man infects a whole population, a whole culture with hatred and anger and vengeance, and look at what happens. Look at the systems that Nazi Germany created.
Yeah.
And there you go. Like, it makes a difference, right? It makes a profound difference. It all came from a different thought system. So people say, oh, it's just a thought, it doesn't make a difference. No, it absolutely does. Because thoughts become the reality that then becomes seemingly lived out, actualized in the objective world. And you only have to contrast Nazi Germany with society like, Ashoka's ancient India, and you go, well, these are chalk and cheese. These do not reconcile at all. They're completely different realities. In the one, people are actually genuinely peaceful, happy, it's a completely different society from Nazi Germany, which is based on fear and hatred and anger and suspicion. And it was a nightmare. That society was not sustainable. It would have collapsed eventually, and under it, the weight of its own illusions. But a society like that will bring about its own decline very quickly, because you can't base something on a death wish. That's what the ego is, and expect it to be long lived, right? So anything based on a death wish is not going to have longevity, clearly. Although not so clearly, because there was a whole culture that got deluded into believing that this was the way. If you see pictures of Nazi Germany, those old videos, those old movies, terrifying. Just hundreds of thousands of people just caught up in a complete delusion, worshipping this megalomaniac, and no one's kind of going like, "What the hell are we doing here?" Well, there were a few people, the intelligentsia were questioning it, but they got quickly taken out. The majority, 95%, just went along with it. Complete madness and insanity, and created, this evil system. That's all you can call it. It caused so much pain and suffering, caused a world war, because eventually, people just had to say enough. We can't accept this, and if you're going to try and conquer us, we have to fight. It's as simple as that. It's probably the one instance, if you look at human history, it's probably one instance where maybe you could say the war was justified. It's a difficult one, actually, to say, because could forgiveness and appeasement, as Neville Chamberlain called it, could that have worked? I don't think it would have with Hitler. I mean, he was not someone who was going to be appeased. He would have just gone, "Okay, great, you're a soft touch. I'll just come and take over." You're dealing with insanity, so you can't, as Churchill said at the time, he said, you can't reason with a maniac. You just got to say no, enough, and unfortunately, we have to fight then. But that was maybe the only just war in history, because you really were fighting this completely dysfunctional evil system. It was completely beyond the pale of any what you could say was acceptable. So an interesting one. I think Gandhi was actually asked the question, because he lived through that, and he said, well, I think he paused and he said, well, eventually maybe, but in the short term, no. Hitler just would have done his thing and taken over the whole world if they'd allowed him to, because that's what he wanted to do. He's a complete insane lunatic. Anyway, we digress. But these are interesting things to consider. Because they make you like, okay, so what is actually acceptable, what is not. If you're familiar with the Mahabharata as well in Indian teaching, that's where Krishna taught Arjuna a lot of his lessons, and part of the lesson was, well, if you have to fight, then fight. If that's what you're called to do, but do it with the guidance of spirit. Don't do it in a cruel way, which was interesting teaching, because well, I suppose, what do? You circumstances have overtaken you. You have to go into battle. You have to fight. Well, you can only then do it with the spirit. Even if you're killing someone, could you do it in a way that blessed them? Wow. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I've never been in that position. But I read an account once of someone who actually awoke on the battlefield. He had this epiphany on the battlefield. Quite interesting. And in the chaos of war and bullets and bodies being killed and dying, he just kind of rose above the battleground and saw it all for what it was, and was never the same again. So you're like, well, okay, he obviously needed the battle to have that experience. So enlightenment can happen anywhere, particularly in extreme situations. It's really, really intense, which a battle is. Then awakening is very, very possible, because it's so intense, it's so horrific, that maybe you have to go to the opposite of it. And in fact, that's exactly what happened to Ashoka. To close the loop, that's how he awoke, because he experienced this battle against the Kalingas, which was brutal. And he was responsible. He was the one who like said, right, you got to pay homage to me. And they said, no, get lost. And he said, okay, well, sorry, you can't do that. I'm the great, shocker. So mobilize my army and I'm going to go and, conquer you as you did in those days. But then he was actually at the battle and he experienced the horror of it firsthand, and the people dying, and then afterwards, just like people like half dead moaning, and I mean, it's just awful. The smell of death and blood, and I was just, and then a Buddhist monk was, sitting there in his calm, equanimous way, and he said, "So, are you happy with yourself? Are you satisfied with your work, great king?" And he was just like, "Whoa." You know what I mean? Like really, obviously that hit home.
Yeah.
Went through his dark nights of the soul, literally didn't sleep that night. And in that pain, obviously it must have been pretty traumatic for him because he was like, I did this. I'm responsible, no one else.
Yeah.
But that's how he awoke. Okay, so let's crack on, shall we? Because it is getting late. Today we practice simply. For the words we use are mighty, and they need no thoughts beyond themselves to change the mind of him who uses them.
I will practice simply today, for the words I use are powerful, and they need no thoughts beyond themselves to change the mind of anyone who uses them.
So holy is a change that it is now the treasury in which God places all his gifts and all his love, to be distributed to all the world, increased in giving, kept complete, because its sharing is unlimited.
So holy as it changed, so holy is it changed that it is now the treasury in which pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance places all its gifts and all its love to be distributed to all the world, increased in giving and kept complete because its sharing is unlimited.
You see the connection there between the unlimited abundance, infinite abundance, and love.
Mm.
They're really the same thing,
Yeah.
but by stipulating infinite abundance, it brings up all of that scarcity, all of that lack that the ego loves, and it's like, no, that doesn't exist in infinite abundance. It's got to go. So, Puff Pop goes so much of the world. The world's based on scarcity, isn't it? The world's based on these illusions of scarcity. Well, that's just not true. And thus you learn to think with God.
And so I learn to think with perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance.
Christ's vision has restored your sight by salvaging your mind.
My true self's vision has restored my perception to the truth of abundance by freeing my awareness from its bondage to illusions.
From the top.
I will practice simply today, for the words I use are powerful and they need no thoughts beyond themselves to change the mind of anyone who uses them. So holy is it changed that it is now the treasury in which pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance places all its gifts and all its love to be distributed to all the world, increased in giving and kept complete because its sharing is unlimited. And so I learn to think with perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance. My true self vision has restored my perception to the truth of abundance by freeing my awareness from its bondage to illusions.
Okay. So thoughts on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, so I think it's captured in number 4. And so I learned to think with perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance. So again, it's about that choosing, that choice of choosing in every situation to think from love
Mm.
and
So
abundance.
that's how we interpret. These are really beyond thought. In their purest form, perfect loving awareness is just pure awareness. There's no thought, subject, object, duality. Infinite abundance is the same. It's infinite. There's no limitation in it. Duality is by definition limited. But we can take that awareness, it's a feeling, and we can translate that into perceptual terms. So that our perception carries this perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance into the perceptual realm, and that's transformational. It changes our mind, it changes our thinking, it changes our bodies, it changes our thoughts, our words, our actions, and can profoundly change the course of our life and of other people's lives as well, as we've seen in human history. If someone comes along and they really awaken, they really live that truly, it changes things. So that's how perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance comes into the world and starts interacting it through you, through anyone who awakens to it, who's willing to surrender to that presence and say, okay, I'm allowing this awareness to come through and guide all my thoughts, my words, my actions, everything. Then you become the avatar of that awareness in the world. You see, that's why there's that another word for the Christ is the avatar. Because you embody this awareness, but there is no separate self. I'm the great avatar who's separate from everyone else. No, that's not what it is. I am perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance incarnated, and I'm going to demonstrate this loving awareness and infinite abundance in all my thoughts, words, and actions to everyone. That's exactly what Yeshua did. And that's why he made such an impact, because it's like, well, clearly he's thinking very differently. It's a different thought system. It's coming into the world through him, and he's demonstrating that it works. It works a lot better than the ego's thought system. Which is why they wanted to do away with him, because essentially it's a competitive system, isn't it? It's like it's one or the other. So we've got to do away with the competition in order to assert the dominance of the ego's thought system, which is why a lot of mystics and so on have been threatened, persecuted, put to death, because it's a serious competitor, a better competitor to the ego's thought system, and of course doesn't like it. So given the ego being what it is, it says, right, we'll just kill them. Kill them all. That is actually a direct quote from the Spanish Inquisition. No, sorry, from the Cathars. when they went and just did genocide, the Catholic Church just wiped them out. 1 million people, so they went into villages and they just killed the entire village, whether they were Cathars or not, it didn't matter. We're just going to kill you because they say Cathars among you, so we don't know who's who, so we're just going to wipe you all out in the name of God. I mean, just the insanity of it. It's crazy, isn't it? You think how could you read Jesus's teachings in the Bible and then go do that? But that's the ego for you. Completely bonkers. All right, so happy to go on to number 5. We honor you today.
I am honored today.
Yours is the right to perfect holiness you now accept.
I have the right to perfect innocence that I now accept.
With this acceptance is salvation brought to everyone. For who could cherish sin when holiness like this has blessed the world?
I bring freedom or abundance to everyone with this acceptance. For who could cherish sin when innocence like this has blessed the world?
Who could despair when perfect joy is yours, available to all as remedy for grief and misery, all sense of loss, and for complete escape from sin and guilt?
How can I despair when perfect joy is mine, available to everyone as the remedy for grief, misery, all sense of loss, and complete escape from sin and guilt? I am honored today. I have the right to perfect innocence that I now accept. I bring freedom or abundance to everyone with this acceptance. For who could cherish sin when innocence like this has blessed the world? How can I despair when perfect joy is mine, available to everyone as a remedy for grief, misery, all sense of loss, and complete escape from sin and guilt?
Okay, thoughts on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think, with sentence 3, so I bring freedom or abundance to everyone with this acceptance. So accepting that I am created by God, or I am perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance. When I accept that, then I bring freedom and abundance to everyone.
Mm. So you profoundly change the quantum field when you do that.
Mm.
That's the secret mystery of these ancient teachings and the mystery schools and so on.
Mm.
You accept who you are, something changes internally, and you reprogram the matrix.
Mm.
Things start to shift and change automatically once you've done that.
Yeah.
And the depth of your understanding of that, if you really fully awaken to that self that you are, there's a profound energetic shift that
Mm.
happens internally, and that gets extended out
Mm.
into the quantum field. And so then you become a miracle worker, and all kinds of miracles and synchronicities and so on start showing up and
Mm.
happening. So it has a profound impact on your life, on
Mm.
many other people's lives, on the world. And this is how the spirit then becomes manifest in the world. Do you understand? It's not happening because you're trying to do that.
Yeah.
You're not trying to rearrange the furniture on the Titanic.
Yeah.
You're actually just awakening to who you are on the Titanic, going, well, it doesn't really matter that the ship's going down, and I'm in a fairly desperate dream. It doesn't matter because I still have joy, I still have peace, I still have love, even in the midst of all of this.
Yeah.
And then you become a beacon of that.
Mm.
People who are sinking with the Titanic go, oh, you have calm, you have peace, you have certainty,
Mm.
and they gravitate to you. They're like, well, what do you have that I don't have? Because
Mm.
it all seems to be pretty disastrous, and
Mm.
yet, you're calm and peaceful and happy,
Mm.
and so it changes the external world.
Yeah.
And the deeper the level of your realization, the more that's going to happen.
Mm.
So it's about depth of knowledge and understanding, and
Mm.
then living that with integrity. So it's all very well to say, well, I've awoken, but then I'm going to do the opposite of that. There've been teachers like that who actually then they haven't fully awoken.
Mm.
Alan Watts, for example, a very erudite intellectual man. What he was saying wasn't false,
Mm.
but he couldn't live it himself.
Yeah.
He died broke. He was broke, divorced 3 times, broke, and he was an alcoholic. He died of alcoholism.
Mm.
So clearly, you haven't really lived your teachings, have you?
Mm.
Because your teachings are designed to set you free from all that.
Mm.
And it was all intellectual. Krishnamurti, another one, I was listening to his. Interesting. So he talks about this perfect detachment of the mind and all of that, and yet he was having an affair with the wife of his business partner.
Oh, really? I didn't know
Yes, it
that.
came out later after he died because he was,
Oh, really?
Krishnamurti. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
it
wow.
came out. He was having an affair, and it was all kept secret. So he's teaching about complete honesty and transparency and all of this, and yet in his private life he's got this secret.
Yeah.
And then I think his business partner found out, and they ended up having an argument and a fight. And he went to court. In his final years, he spent in court arguing about who's going to get the financial gain from his work.
Mm.
Because this guy had managed all his affairs. So he's saying, well, I should presumably have a good share of it. And Krishnamurti was like, no, it's all mine.
Mm.
Interesting. Huh? So like, well,
It
hang on.
is.
Why does I
Very
just let it go.
egoic, actually, isn't it?
Very egoic. But hang on, if you spend your whole life teaching the opposite, and
Mm,
then in your personal life
yeah,
you're not living it.
yeah,
So there's a contradiction, right? But it's
yeah.
not to say that the teachings were false; they weren't. But if the teacher doesn't live them, then it weakens the message.
Mm,
Like, oh, okay, so it's kind of okay to say one thing and do another.
mm,
Well, it's not really. You're actually being hypocritical, and he probably
yeah,
knew that,
yeah.
but he couldn't bring himself to let go and say, okay, well, if I'm going to be authentic, then I can't do this. I can't carry on a covert affair with, I've got to stop that.
Mm,
I've got to come clean, let it go, and say, look, I'm sorry, but it's over, and with his business, his business affairs, he could have just gone, well, I'm in my 80s, who cares?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
so what? Like I've done my teachings.
yeah.
I'm old and I'm dying anyway. I think he had cancer.
Mm,
So I don't really care. Whatever. You take it all and
yeah.
you have the financial gain and use that to benefit your
Mm,
family. I just care that the
mm,
teachings are there and
mm,
that, those who need them could still access them. So, just make sure that they're still available
mm,
and who profits from them. I mean, he didn't actually have any family
mm,
left, I don't think. So, because his father had died, his mother had died, his brother had died.
mm.
So, what are you fighting over?
Yeah, yeah.
But he couldn't let go, because he was obviously invested in the work. It was like, hey, this is my whole life, so I can't just let this go and have this guy take all my life's work. That's probably what his thinking.
Mm,
But that's just ego.
yeah. Big ego.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then, unfortunately, that undermines the teachings. He's taught
Mm,
all his life about, well, letting go and just letting
mm.
go of all control systems and all ego. And okay, that's an authentic teaching, but you can't live it.
Yeah, yeah. That's really interesting. I never knew that.
Mm. Well, because it's much harder to live it. To
Yeah,
actually to actually be authentic and say, okay,
yeah.
the buck stops here.
Mm,
I have to be the example. I have to have the integrity. I have to live it. It means
mm,
I have to let go of these ego traps, ego snares. We all have them.
yeah,
It's hard work. It's not that easy to do.
yeah.
So it's easier just to talk the talk. We can all speak a good game. Great. I can
Mm,
sit on a podium and I can pontificate and tell everyone what they should be doing. But
mm.
then I'm going to go back in my private life and I'm going to do exactly what I said they shouldn't do. And then the problem is the cost of that is that the internal conflict must be huge.
Yeah.
So it's no accident. Okay, Krishnamurti dies of cancer,
Mm,
and Alan Watts dies of alcoholism. He drinks himself to
yeah,
death, effectively. Well, because you don't have inner peace.
yeah.
He even admits it. Alan Watts said, "I'm a fraud,"
Mm,
because he knew, like, I'm not living these truths. I'm not, I can talk a good game, but
yeah.
I'm not actually living it. I'll go back after a talk, and very erudite, very intellectual, and then he would go and get plastered. It's like, well, there's no freedom there. That's just a dependency on a substance. You
Yeah.
haven't set yourself free. And he was probably too proud to go to Alcoholics Anonymous and say, look, I've got a problem here. I need help. Because the great Alan Watts couldn't humble himself to go to AA
Mm,
and just be another alcoholic.
mm,
Which if he'd been willing to do, maybe could have saved him. But he was like, well, no, I'd rather just drink myself to death
yeah.
and talk a good game and drink myself to death at the age of 56.
Yeah.
Which, I look at my life, I'm like, 56, that's 3 years away. Like I'll be dead in 3 years. Wow.
Well, for
Okay.
me, that was 4 years ago.
Yeah. Like it's quite young. That's it. Game over.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm just getting going. I'm like, okay, I'm
Mm,
just kind of warming up here. I'm just getting into my stride. I'm just getting into my prime. But,
yeah.
but but that's because I haven't listened to the ego, and the ego is destructive.
Mm,
If you listen to it, it's going to kill you. It's as simple as that.
yeah.
And aging progresses very quickly under the ego's guidance.
Mm,
It's not
Yeah.
pretty. So, that's the price you pay
Mm.
for not being integrous.
Mm.
Well, then you don't have that love and that peace and that joy, and it is going to age you and make you sick and cause a lot of pain and suffering. So,
Yeah.
integrity to the truth is always worth it. Although there seems to be a cost to it, in
Mm.
truth, there's no cost to it. In
Mm.
truth, it only frees you, liberates you, awakens you, and it's ultimately absolutely worth it. But there's a temporary sense of loss, as he says, all sense of loss and complete escape from sin and guilt. You got to get over the idea that you're losing something of value.
Yeah.
And that's a big learning, isn't it? Because
Mm.
we think that what the world has to offer us has some value for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
The good things, well, whatever your pleasure is, whatever your poison is. For Alan Watts, it was alcohol,
Yeah.
and maybe he did drugs as well. I don't know. Probably did. It was '60s, so I'm sure he probably did a bit of that.
Mm.
But in the end, it killed him because he wasn't
Yeah.
willing to say, okay, like enough. I don't need a substance. I
Mm.
just need God. I just need my true self. That's all. Awakening doesn't need anything else.
Yeah. But it's like you said, where is I listened to one of your old, I think in the link that you sent, Jonathan, there was a link to a previous
Hmm.
discussion, and I didn't listen to the whole thing because it was quite a few hours long, but it was
Hmm.
interesting. I randomly selected a piece to listen to,
Hmm.
and it was really interesting. It was where you were talking about the pursuit of pleasure
Hmm.
ultimately causes pain.
Hmm.
That was really quite
Hmm.
profound. I thought that, we think we're seeking
Hmm.
pleasure, but actually it's just
Yeah,
causing pain.
because
So
they're the same thing, right? Pleasure,
yeah,
pain. They're
yeah,
both illusory. They just different sides of the same coin of an
yeah,
illusion.
yeah,
And we see in life, the more you seek pleasure, the more
mm,
pain comes to you.
yeah,
That's obvious. Anyone who's been an addict themselves, who's witnessed what
mm,
happens to an addict, well, they're just seeking pleasure, and it causes
yeah,
massive, massive pain.
yeah,
So, is the pleasure seeking worth it? And
yeah,
any reformed addict will say, no, it wasn't worth it. It was a hell.
yeah,
I put myself into a position where it was an absolute nightmare. It was hell, and I
mm,
had to let go of that.
mm,
That seeking, that craving. I
mm,
had to let go of that to free myself.
mm,
Again, Buddhism 101, desire is the source of all suffering.
yeah,
So the more you seek, the more you crave, the more you suffer. A
mm,
very simple but profound insight into the human mind.
mm,
But to apply it isn't easy because it destroys your ego. There's no. Well, then who would I be then if I had no pleasures and no pains? If I didn't seek anything, or I didn't avoid any pain, who would I be?
yeah,
You
yeah,
wouldn't be human anymore, would you?
yeah.
In the Matrix, you remember that conversation that that little guy Mouse has
Oh yeah. Mm.
with Neo, and they're sitting around the table, and he's trying to set him up with a have a sexual experience basically with in the Matrix with his creation with this woman in the red dress. Remember?
That's right. That's right. I remember now.
And they
Yeah.
say, "Oh, your digital pump hard at
Yeah.
work." And he says, "Do
Yeah.
not listen to these hypocrites, because to deny the impulses that we have is to deny the very thing that makes us human."
Human. Yes. Yeah.
Very profound,
Yeah.
because you deny those impulses to pleasure and you
Mm,
deny the very thing that makes you
mm,
human. But bingo, that's exactly the point.
yeah.
If you had no desire for any pleasure and no aversion for any pain, would you be human anymore? No,
Mm,
you wouldn't.
mm,
And therein lies the liberation from the human
mm,
condition,
mm,
which is why, in a lot of these teachings, they talk about abstinence, fasting,
mm.
sexual abstinence,
Yeah.
celibacy.
Celibacy. Yeah.
Well, because you're not
Yeah.
seeking anything anymore. The seeking for that pleasure disturbs your peace of
Mm,
mind, if you're honest. If I think back to my own life, because I've been there, been through that stage, it's
mm,
very disturbing. It's
mm,
very disturbing to your peace.
mm.
you want something, want something from this other person. It's very disturbing. It's not a peaceful, happy situation. You feel this compulsion to go and connect with a member of the opposite sex because you want something from it.
Mm.
Well, how is that freedom?
Mm.
It's not really. It's
Mm.
it's it's another form of bondage, but it's a bondage that everyone buys into,
Mm.
and that keeps the human condition going because that bondage then creates babies, and then we get more people coming
Mm.
into the dream, and the whole game keeps going. So to
Mm.
question that seems like sacrilege,
Mm.
but actually it's all part of the system of enslavement if you really look at it.
Mm. Mm.
Most people don't want to really look at it because it's what hang on, like surely we got to have sex because otherwise there'd be no future generations. Well, bingo, exactly. If
Yeah.
everyone stopped
Yeah.
doing it, we wouldn't incarnate anymore, and the whole show would be over. Surely that would be a good thing, but not according to the ego. So
Mm.
that sexual impulse
Mm.
at the core of it has this ego desire to propagate itself
Mm.
over and over again. Okay, so this is what creates more bodies. So
Mm.
that's why there's so much investment in it
Mm.
because it keeps the dream going.
Mm.
Without a sexual impulse, the
Mm.
dream would be over in one generation, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? You're like, okay, it's
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
So it has to be really deep seated in the human psyche,
Mm.
beyond some like a kind of sacred cow of the ego it's saying to you, don't go there, don't question.
Mm.
It's just how you wired up. Yes, human beings are sexual beings, and
Mm.
as the mouse said in the movie, to deny these impulses, to deny the very thing that makes us human. Yes, exactly.
Mm.
That's the point. So we
Mm.
must deny those impulses because we are not human.
Mm.
And then it makes sense. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, you're not just doing it, you're doing it to be an ascetic. You're doing it for
Yeah.
there's a reason behind this.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting you say, yeah, because it makes sense now when you say, because I mentioned the other night about the Brahma Kumaris, for example.
Yes.
One of their
Yeah.
things is
Mm.
celibacy,
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah.
yeah, I couldn't, I thought, well, that's not for me. I thought I can't really, sort of.
Mm.
But now
Mm.
that you've kind of described it in the way you have, I see,
Well, then it becomes a personal choice. No one's
yeah,
imposing it.
yeah.
You choose it because it makes sense
Yeah,
to you. You choose
yes,
it.
exactly. But the way they said it, it was almost like I just interpreted it as another rule in the same
Yeah.
way that you had the Ten Commandments. I thought,
Yeah.
oh, it's just like another,
Yeah.
doctrine, another dogma,
Yeah.
not,
Well, this is the problem.
yeah,
If it becomes a dogma and a
yeah,
doctrine,
yeah,
then you just go, well, this is control, and
exactly.
I
And I
don't really
thought, well,
understand what. It's a
yeah,
rule that's been passed down. It's
yes,
been made into a
with no
dogma.
explanation of
Yeah,
why,
and they
like,
probably don't understand why.
yeah,
Most people don't understand why anymore. Someone maybe once
yeah,
understood why, but it's
yes,
not it's not
yeah,
really explained. So if you don't
yeah,
explain, it's just a doctrine, and
mm,
then it just seems like an imposition. You just okay, well, they're just killjoys, and they're just trying to limit my freedom, and like
yeah,
why shouldn't I have sex? It's everyone's right,
yeah,
and blah 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 blah
yeah,
blah. So that shows you this all has to be personal choice.
yeah.
It all has to be, yeah. I come to this realization because I understand how it works, and I
Mm.
make that choice consciously
Yeah,
because it's going to help me. It's going to help me
yeah,
in this mission of awakening,
yeah, yeah,
and then you'll stick to it. Then it's not like, oh well, I'm just doing it because I have to do it because I've been told by the Brahma Kumaris,
yeah,
because if I don't do it, I'm sinful. I'm going to be
yeah,
punished, whatever. You're doing it because it makes sense to you to do it, and
yeah,
you choose to do it
yeah,
willingly.
yeah.
Interestingly, also, uh, if you channel that sexual energy upwards
Mm.
into the crown chakra, that's when you
Mm.
have the awakening spirit, samadhi,
Yeah, yeah,
because it's not being dissipated at a lower level. So
yeah,
all of the masters understood this. They're like, you
yeah.
have to redivert that sexual energy instead of splurging it out
Mm.
in a mindless sexual act.
Mm.
Channel it upwards, up the
Mm.
spine, and that then goes into your awakening. It serves
Yeah,
your awakening.
yeah.
And you become a very, very powerful manifester.
Mm.
because all of that energy is now held internally, and that becomes like a supercharged, turbocharge on your thoughts and your emotions, which get broadcast out into the quantum field with increased power.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. That's, you know, my research seems to, and my own experience. Because I'm like, I decided, you know, earlier this year, I'm like, that's it. I'm celibate. I'm not doing it, never again, because it doesn't make sense anymore. But it has to be an internal decision. You know, you can't impose it on someone. If you're not ready for it, then it's just going to seem like an imposition.
Yeah.
If you told me that 20 years ago, I would have gone, no way, you know, like not a chance. But now it's like, no, that makes complete sense, because I've come to that understanding.
Yeah.
In my own mind, and then it's like it's a self-imposed discipline.
Yeah.
Which then makes complete sense, and you'll stick to it because it makes sense.
Exactly.
No one needs to command you. You have to do this.
You have to understand why.
You have to understand why, and that's where all of these teachings go wrong. Is they forget about the education. Okay, let's explain how this really works to people, so they understand why they're doing this. Because then if they choose to do it because they understand why, they're much more likely to stick to it. Than if we just tell them, okay, well, you know, the why is boring and tedious, so we won't tell them. We're just going to instruct them. You know, just give them a commandment. But you know, it doesn't work too well. Maybe some people will follow it, but are they going to get the same benefit as if they followed it willingly, consciously? No, they won't. They're going to probably go, well, I'm just doing this because I'm a Brahma Kumari. And actually, then it's a false identity. I'm doing this because I want to fit in, because I don't want to rock the boat, because I want to be a good Brahma Kumari.
Well, it's the only way you can be accepted into the, into that institution.
So then there's a group ego. Then there's an ego identification. I'm not just doing it because of my own personal choice. I'm doing it to fit in to a group because I want to be part of them. Okay, very, then you see how the ego comes in. It's like now there's an egoic element in actually what's supposed to liberate you. It doesn't liberate you. It's another bondage. So it's so much about understanding. Like, do you really understand this at a deep level? Because then all these things make complete sense. Then you'll willingly do it. Like willingly give it up, because like I realize the cost of doing that is too high. I'm not willing to pay that cost anymore. Willingly fast for 24 hours. It's not a problem because I know the benefit. Like I know what it's doing on a mental, spiritual, and physical level. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I know that that's beneficial. So why wouldn't I do that? But if you don't understand it, it just seems like, well, I'm just doing this arbitrarily. It doesn't make sense. So this is why this approach of, it takes more time. You've got to really study. You've got to understand, but it's the only thing that's really going to work. You can't get anyone enlightened by giving them a bunch of instructions and say, well, just do this and just do this and just do this. Shut up and don't question, and you'll become enlightened. No, it doesn't work. Even if those practices make sense, there's a reason behind it. If someone doesn't understand the reason, it's not going to work.
Exactly.
So that's why you see why understanding it from this higher perspective, understanding the core truth, and then saying, okay, so if I understand the full truth, then these things start to make sense. All of these practices start to make a lot of sense, because it's all part of this process of awakening to the truth. When I'm really dedicating my life singularly to awakening, then I should be doing everything I possibly can to awaken. I don't want to go against that, because this is my only goal. So like, no, I'm not going to indulge in those things anymore, because they go against my awakening, and I know they go against my awakening. So why would I do them anymore? It doesn't make sense anymore. There's a dissonance internally. You go, no, that thought pattern, that behavior, that habit doesn't make sense anymore. And then you've got to change it. When there's enough internal dissonance, then you will change it. But if someone just tells you to do this because it's not good for you, the likelihood is you're not going to change it. You'll just feel a bit resentful and go, oh, I still want to do. I still have that ego craving for it. I still want to do it. So it's only awakening that's going to get you out of the craving, right?
Mm.
Only when you realize the falsity of it all, when you realize it's deluded, when you realize that that's not going to work
Yeah.
and it's just making you suffer more, that's when you go, okay, I've got to give it up, you know.
Yeah.
And then it's permanent. Like once, like if I think of all the things I've given up, you come to a realization, you get it, and it's like, right, I'm done. I'm
Mm.
done. That's it. You know, there's a moment of insight, satori, they call it. It's like I'm done.
Mm.
Like enough.
Mm.
And then it's a permanent shift.
Mm.
It's like I'm done. People have had this in the addiction, in dealing with addictions.
Yeah.
They just have an epiphany. The guy who actually started AA
Mm.
had this spiritual epiphany one day, when he was so like, I'm just, again, like he was on his knees saying like, I don't know anymore. I know I'm so enslaved to alcohol. He's in tremens delirium. Like, if there be a God, show me a way out of this hell.
Mm.
And then he saw this light and had this sort of spiritual experience, and he was like, I'm done. I'm never going to touch alcohol again.
Yeah.
And he, because the experience was internal, came from within. It was like, okay, like something shifted, and he was done. And there was grace that gave him that. And then obviously that grace then perpetuated throughout the whole AA movement, and was
Mm.
then given to millions of people from his experience. It radiated out, and
Mm.
millions of people were helped through that one mystic experience. So you could argue that the world changes on mystic experiences.
Yeah.
These profound, deep, mystic spiritual experiences fundamentally shift and change
Mm.
people, and then if they go and they express that out, it changes the world.
Mm.
And that's happened, so many times.
Yeah.
But it's always an internal experience. It's never, oh, someone said you should stop drinking, so you should stop drinking because it's not good for your health. That's not going to cut it, is it?
No.
It
No.
has to be like on a much deeper,
Yeah.
profound level. Okay, so let's do the last paragraph, and then we'll do a meditation, shall we?
Mhm.
And who would not be brother to you now, you, his redeemer and his savior?
And given that I am their awakener, who is not a companion to me now?
Who could fail to welcome you into his heart with loving invitation, eager to unite with one like him in holiness?
Who could fail to welcome me into their heart with loving invitation, eager to unite with one like them in pure formless awareness and infinite abundance?
You are as God created you.
I am as perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends me.
These words dispel the night, and darkness is no more.
These words dispel my negative awareness, and it is no more.
The light has come today to bless the world.
Pure formless awareness and infinite abundance has come today to bless the world.
For you have recognized the Son of God, and in that recognition is the world's.
For I have recognized the extension of perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance, and in this recognition is everyone's. So from the top, and given that I am their awakener, who is not a companion to me now? Who could fail to welcome me into their heart with loving invitation, eager to unite with one like them in pure formless awareness and infinite abundance? I am as perfect loving awareness, and infinite abundance extends me. These words dispel my negative awareness, and it is no more. Pure formless awareness and infinite abundance has come today to bless the world. For I have recognized the extension of perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance, and everyone's recognition of it lies in this.
Lies in mind, shall we say? Yeah.
Lies in
So
mind.
you become the example
Yeah,
of an awakened being. If you can do it, then everyone else can do it.
yeah,
And so you dedicate your life to that, to say, I'm not just awakening for myself.
Yeah.
There's good enough reason to do it,
Yeah.
but I'm awakening for everyone. I become the example of an awakened person, which other people can follow should they choose to. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You can't decide for them.
Yeah.
But if you demonstrate that example so clearly to them, then people who are ready for it will resonate with it. You make an impact on people.
Yeah. Yeah.
In both ways. They polarize. You can. Some people go, "Wow, amazing! You're really amazing. I so admire you, etc." And others are like, "Oh, who the hell are you? Who do you think you are?"
Yeah. Yeah.
So you get a polarized reaction because you're not middle of the road anymore. You're not just like
Yeah.
some average Joe or Jill.
Yeah.
You're like stand out,
Yeah.
and people notice it. And that's how it's always been. Every awakened person, you have a different energy, a different mindset, a different frequency, and people pick that up
Yeah.
one way or another. They'll react to it depending on where they are on that journey of awakening. If they're in huge resistance to that, they're going to find that very threatening. They're going to see you as a threat, and they're going to, potentially try and attack you, hurt you, etc. But people who are open to it are going to go, "Wow, amazing! I want that. Whatever you got, I want. So show me, teach me, help me,
Yeah.
etc." And so there's always help. And there are always going to be people who follow that. But you've also got to accept that there's also people who are really not going to follow that. And there's people who are not going to like you. And you're not going to win every popularity contest there is. I mean, think of Yeshua as a classic example. Some people loved him. His disciples would die for him.
Yeah.
And then you got this whole section of the population led by the Pharisees and Sadducees. You're like, well, we got to do away with him. He's so dangerous. We got to kill him. We hate him. So really, really uh, polarized people because he stood so strongly for something.
Yeah.
If you look at what they say in all the marketing manuals and stuff, they say, stand for something. You got to stand. You can't be wishy-washy.
Yeah.
It's the same principle. You can't like, well, I'm kind of all things to all people. I'm a bit of this and a bit of that, because actually then you end up standing for nothing.
Exactly. Yeah.
You got to stand for something really strongly, and then certain people gravitate to that and go, yeah, like I resonate with that. Great. You can be my leader in that. And certain people go, oh, no, that's not what I want. Actually, my adversary, my enemy, because I don't like that. Because you're standing for something that I stand against. It's just how it is. You just gotta accept that. So even with this whole life build program, I'm fully aware not everyone's going to love it. There are going to be people who go, oh, it's dangerous. It's not helpful. It's a cult. It's all kinds of things. You're going to get that. But that's just how it's always been. So you do it anyway because
Yeah.
you got to do what you're called to do,
Yeah.
no matter where it takes you. That's the ultimate surrender. Okay, so just read the slide, and then we'll read the key message, which is one paragraph, and we're done.
Yeah. I am as God created me. With this acceptance is salvation brought to everyone. For who could cherish sin when holiness like this has blessed the world? Who could despair when perfect joy is yours, available to all as remedy for grief and misery, all sense of loss, and the complete escape from sin and guilt? And who would not be brother to you now, his Redeemer and his Saviour? Who could fail to welcome you into his heart with loving invitation, eager to unite with one like him in holiness?
Nice words. So the truth is, not everyone is going to be overjoyed by that, but the people who are ready to hear your message will come to you.
Yeah.
Whoever's meant to be there. So if you think of the way we met,
Yeah.
It's not an accident. It happened for a
Yeah.
reason.
Oh yeah. No, I firmly believe that as well,
Yeah.
actually. I'm so grateful that it did, because otherwise I wouldn't be
Well,
doing
if it
I
hadn't,
wouldn't be
then you
doing
would have
this.
found another way. But that is
Yeah.
obviously the way it was meant to happen. So
Yeah. Yeah.
that's the way
Yeah.
it unfolded. But you
Yeah.
got to listen. I definitely felt like, okay, I need to go to that.
Yeah.
So I could have gone, oh well, it's a trip to London, it's us. But something was like, no, you need to make the effort. You need to go, and you don't always know why. It's just like something in you saying, there's a call, and you have no, and then it afterwards, oh, okay, now I know why I went, but at the
Yeah.
time it was just a
Yeah.
feeling that
Yeah.
I need to be there,
Yeah.
and that's the way the Holy Spirit works. It doesn't tell you why. Oh, you're going to go because you're going to meet Archie, and then this is going to happen. No,
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
you just it just gives you the feeling, and so you got to learn to trust that, which is the intuition.
Mm.
And that then profoundly changes everything. Like one
Yeah.
meeting
Yeah. Yeah.
changes your life.
Yeah.
And with a random meeting in a restaurant, and I know
Yeah. Yeah.
that's why you can't ever goal set these things, because you just don't know who you might meet
Yeah.
tomorrow. Who could
Exactly.
completely
Yeah.
change your world. You
Mm.
have no idea.
Mm.
So you had it all planned out and goal set, and then someone comes along and completely, flips that around and says, "Life." What did John Lennon say? Life happens when you're making other
When you're
plans.
making other plans, yeah.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
well, you can't plan for the miracle. You can't plan for
Mm.
these synchronicities.
Mm.
That's grace.
Mm.
It happens when you're ready, and we've just got to be grateful that we're the recipients of grace, and it happens
Mm.
when it's meant to happen for us, and that we're not in fact in charge of our own awakening. Because if we were in charge, we would screw it up. The Holy Spirit's in charge. We just gotta be willing to listen.
Yeah.
And that's all.
Yeah.
It's going to show you. It's going to open the door, but you've then got to make the decision to step through and say, okay, I'm willing to go there. And then one action like that kicks off a whole sequence that you couldn't have anticipated. It changes
Mm.
the entire dream. You see what I mean? It's so
Yeah.
profound.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Then everything changes from that one decision.
Yeah.
So it's like you go on a different, the many worlds idea. You've taken a different sliding door, and you're now in
Yes.
that version of reality, and off you
Yeah.
go on
Yeah.
that train into a totally different reality. Whereas,
Mm.
if you decided not to go that evening, or I decided not
Yeah.
to go, then it's
Yeah.
a whole different reality that unfolds.
Yeah.
Maybe we would have met in some other way, possibly,
Yeah. Yeah.
but I'm not sure how, because like I don't go to London very often, and so
Yeah.
that was it. But that's destiny, isn't it? That's like,
Mm.
okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm.
there's this grace that connects you, that is doing things that you couldn't possibly have anticipated,
Mm.
manifested.
Mm.
It goes beyond that. That's why the idea of manifesting is so limited, because it's like, well, you didn't manifest that. It just
Mm.
happened when you're ready for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
When the well, there's that saying, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. That's how it
Is.
works.
Yeah.
Just
Exactly.
because you went on a journey, just because you're in that state of readiness,
Mm.
that will happen because you're ready,
Mm.
by this mysterious, force of the Holy Spirit,
Mm.
synchronicity, miracles, which we struggle to really comprehend, because it's so like, how does that happen? How
Mm.
does one person get connected with another in that synchronistic way,
Mm.
and it's clearly meant to happen? How does that it's extraordinary.
It is.
It's
It really is.
mind-boggling.
Yeah, because when you think of all the people in the world,
Yeah,
'cause- yeah.
yeah, no, it's
Mm.
completely, unfathomable that
Mm.
somehow those connections can be made, and it's seemingly not accidental. It's synchronistic.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't comprehend that logically. You're like,
Mm.
well, how would any intelligence know all of that? So,
Mm.
but somehow the Holy Spirit does
Mm.
know that.
Mm.
It's like the master program. It's like the ultimate AI, really.
Mm.
It knows everything about everyone. It's going to just rearrange everything, connect everything, so that
Yeah.
it's serving this one process of awakening.
Mm.
And we have no idea really of that master program. We just
Mm.
we've just got to listen to that little voice that says, do that, go
Mm.
there,
Mm.
because that's how it shows up. It
Yeah.
doesn't explain to you why. It's just a feeling that you feel called to do that. You don't really know
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
And you've got to learn to trust that. Most people override that.
Mm.
But if you learn to trust that, then your life is a whole lot easier, so
Yeah.
much easier, because then you're listening to this ultimate guidance system. It's like, okay, I can just connect you and make things a lot easier for you if you just listen to me.
Mm.
It's not probably going to make rational sense to you, but then this isn't rational. It's not
Mm.
logical. Enlightenment is not logical.
Yeah.
It's coming from something that transcends the logic of the ego.
Mm.
Okay, so or did you read that last?
I
Did you
read,
read that last
I
paragraph?
read, yes, I read that one. I am as God created me. I read that slide, but not this one.
Yeah. So this is just really practical. It's about the
Yeah.
hourly remembrance, what you're supposed to do with all of them, actually. So just read that quickly, and then we'll read the key message.
Yeah. So hourly remembrance, a couple minutes or so as the hour strikes. Dwell on the idea and let it carry your mind to stillness. I am as God created me. Then thank your Father for his gifts in the hour gone by and ask his guidance for the hour to come. What would you have me do? Where would you have me go? What would you have me say and to whom? Yeah, that's what Marianne Williamson says a lot, isn't it? She's
Uh,
always that.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So this is the prayer. It's saying, okay, well, show
yeah.
me.
Show me. Yeah,
Like I'm
yeah,
not in charge here. Just show me. I'm in a state of openness and willingness to listen.
yeah.
And if you ask that, then it'll show up. You'll be
Mm,
guided. Maybe you just get a little intuition that you should phone someone, call someone. Maybe
yeah,
someone calls you. Things
yeah.
just start to kind of click
Mm,
and flow more. And that's the miracle. That's
mm,
living in the domain of the miraculous. That's what the Course of Miracles is all about.
mm,
So it's not some far out, mystical, blissed out samadhi state. Although that is possible, you can have those. I've had one of those experiences. It was lovely, but it didn't last more than 5 minutes. So let's just be
yeah,
realistic about it. It
yeah.
was over very very quickly, and uh, then it's like, well, your life carries on. I've got to, you've got to carry on, and you've got stuff to do and
Mm,
decisions to make and people to meet and
mm,
business to run and so on. So this is this is how it works. This is how the spirit is going to guide you.
mm,
Just ask it. So, I do my meditation and then before I get up, okay, so show me, show me
mm.
how the day's going to unfold. Show me how it's going to go. Show me what I should do. Show
Yeah,
me who I should call. And generally, when I do that, the day flows generally very, very nicely. It's like
yeah.
there's a flow to it, there's a harmony. If I don't do it, I had a day like that a couple of other days ago, and I was like, oh, I'm just really out of sync. What
Yeah,
didn't I do? Well, I didn't do my full meditation. I didn't do that. Okay. And then you notice, well, I'm just not quite as tapped in and connected in and
mm,
guided. And
yeah,
so that's why, it's really worth doing the spiritual practice in the morning because it sets
mm,
you up for this flow experience in the rest of the day. It's not a waste of time. It's in
yeah,
fact created that flowing whole experience. And from a point of view of the synchronicity and the miracles, you're open to that now. So you might have missed an opportunity for a miracle, but if you're in the flow, you don't.
yeah.
And that opportunity might completely change your life.
Mm,
So people go, oh, it's a waste of time, can't meditate for an hour, I don't have the time. Oh my goodness, you have no idea.
mm,
You could be saving yourself so much time by doing that
yeah,
every morning. Because the spirit is then going to come in and it's going to guide you. It's going to help you in ways that you can't even fathom now. That could
mm,
make your life so much easier, so much better, save you so much hassle and pain and suffering. Like, and you won't do an hour to do all that.
mm,
Like what? But people don't, they don't obviously understand that. They don't
mm,
understand the power that is actually available to them until they start to use it.
mm.
Until you actually start to meditate, you start to do spiritual practice, you don't really know what you're missing. Once you get on that track, you're like, oh my goodness, this is powerful stuff. This is really good. I need to do more of this. I need, and this becomes a foundation for me. It's like I don't miss that. Like whatever, I will do the hour meditation, whatever. You have to get up earlier because it sets up the whole day.
Yeah.
It's a game changer. So what he's saying here is do this hourly. Every hour, if you just take a minute and bring the idea to mind, take a breath. That's why I give you the breath breaks. Good to do with breathing. And just really take some time to connect with the idea, feel into the idea. Okay, what does that feel like? Because in that feeling, what you're doing is fundamentally changing your mind, and you're also reprogramming the matrix. You reprogram the quantum field. If it's a strong feeling, that feeling is automatically being projected, extended into the quantum field. Automatically, the moment you have the feeling, it's happening. And that becomes your true prayer. You understand? That's your true prayer. That feeling, the feeling of the heart, is the prayer that then energetically will go into the quantum field and start to manifest in strange and miraculous ways that you can't be in charge of. You don't know how that's going to work. You just have to have that feeling, hold that feeling. So every time you're doing this, every hour you do it for a minute, you are again strengthening that signal. You're transmitting that into the quantum field, and you're building the power of that. You're reinforcing it. So it's hard to really supercharge this. You're probably not doing it every hour. Most people don't, but try and do it several times during the day, where you just pause. You say, "Okay, we'll take a break. It's going to take a few minutes. And just dwell on the idea, so that this becomes a felt experience rather than just words. It's like I'm actually feeling into this, because that is your prayer to God and to the universe, and that is manifest. Anyone who's teaching manifestation, they at the most advanced level, that's what they teach. You noticed? They teach that. They teach that it's already here. It's not something that you're desiring or craving or it's going to happen.
Yeah.
You've got to connect with the feeling that it's already here, that feeling is already here. It's already present right now. And so it's just got to unfold.
Yeah.
So the feeling of success, the feeling of abundance, the feeling of, let's say they're talking about getting a new car, feel that feeling now, as though it's right here, right now.
Yeah.
And then let it go. And go, okay, that's all I have to do. Just feel that for a minute or two, and you're done. And then watch how that manifests in your life. The truth is, once you start really feeling this feeling, you realize it's not really about the car. It's got nothing to do with the car. It's actually a feeling of connecting with your source, of the source of internal abundance that's already there. And out of that comes everything and anything. Anything you need, you want, will unfold from that feeling, because it's a feeling of fullness already. You're already whole. You're already complete. So it gets you out of the craving, out of the seeking, out of the desiring, because you're already home in that feeling. And that's the true prayer. And that's the most powerful prayer, because you're saying it's already there, right? I'm not craving and seeking something that I think is sometime in the future. So effectively my craving is saying it's not here. I don't have it. The more you crave it, the more you're saying I don't have it. You're saying, no, I have it right now. And then it must manifest, because there is no time. That collapses time, and it comes. Whatever you need. In the end, you don't need anything specific. So you wouldn't be doing that it might start that way. I suppose some people, when they're learning, to start with okay, I want a new car, or I want money, or a new job or something. But once you do that a bit, you realize that that's kind of child's play. That's not really where it's at. It's actually at the feeling of that core abundance, and then trusting that so implicitly to just give you whatever you need. in every moment. And that's the secret of true abundance. And that's ultimate manifestation, because you're not manifesting anymore. It's the Holy Spirit doing it through you. It's the truth doing it through you. So he's really saying, just program yourself over and over and over again. Right? This is just mind training, mind programming, over and over and over again. Every hour, just do that, because you're just topping it up. If you do, imagine if you did that every hour of the day for the rest of your life. I mean, you are building such strong neural pathways, aren't you? Your belief, your faith is going to be so rock solid that you just completely rewired yourself. And that's what he's suggesting you do to counter the ego's program. All right, so let's read the key message, just to summarize all of it. You can read that, Archie.
Yeah.
Okay.
So key message: accepting pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance as my true identity is key to my personal awakening and the collective liberation of humanity from its bondage. Through it, I extend freedom, abundance, and joy, and heal collective suffering, which is the blessing of perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance on the world through me.
Okay. Summarize that in your own words. Just, it's quite a nice kind of high level summary of the whole thing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, well, for me, it's just summed up by saying accepting, basically accepting pure formless awareness of perfect love and infinite abundance as my true identity is key to my personal awakening. And yeah, I think I find it really difficult to summarize, Jonathan, because I think it's summed up in that first sentence.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that's the point of the key
yeah.
message. It's supposed to do.
Yes. So I don't know. I can't really summarize it
Yeah, but it's
anymore.
just your own,
But
it's your own understanding of it. It's like, okay, so
yeah,
does that land? What's really meaningful?
yeah,
And so it's from the personal to then the collective.
yeah, yeah,
That process happens automatically on a mind level.
yeah,
So you don't say,
yeah,
oh, I've got to go save the world, I've got to do that. No, like when I'm awakening, I'm already doing that. I'm
yeah,
already doing my bit to liberate humanity. And maybe it stops at that. Maybe it's just on a mental level.
yeah,
But if you feel called to do something, then you should follow that, because that's
yeah.
then part of this awakening program. And you need to follow the guidance
Mm,
to allow this to then come through you. If you're just the avatar, as it says, the blessing, perfect loving awareness, infinite abundance on the world through me,
mm,
you become a channel. You become, like, my only purpose of my life is to serve this loving awareness and this
yeah,
infinite abundance that's within me, that wants to extend and express in and through me into the world.
mm,
It
mm,
needs channels to come in. So as soon as you open yourself to that, it's going to go, okay, there's an open channel. I'm going to use the available channel, isn't it?
mm,
And that's what it means to surrender to God. And to ultimately be the avatar simply means you've completely surrendered to this loving awareness and infinite abundance, and it is completely in charge. It's guiding every thought, every word, every action, every emotion. Is now coming from it. That's the completely awakened state. So
yeah,
there's no more separate self interfering in that transmission of perfect
mm,
loving awareness and infinite abundance into and through your mind and
mm,
into the world. And when you're a completely clean, clear channel and you express that clearly and cleanly into the world, then the world changes, as we've seen. You look at examples of totally awakened beings like the Buddha, Yeshua. They really profoundly changed the world, didn't they?
mm,
Like fundamentally shifted human society
mm,
forever. That power only came from this deeper power within them. That didn't come from the ego power.
mm,
And so you see how limited the ego is by comparison. As I said earlier, contrast, say, Yeshua with someone like a Hitler or a Caesar in his time. Julius Caesar was the most powerful man in the world. it's clearly on a different level.
Mm.
You know, the ego guided Caesar, and where did it lead him? Yeah, he's in the history books as, one of the most famous emperors, but no one really remembers what he taught, what he stood for.
Mm.
He was just, the first big emperor of his time, and then he got stabbed to death.
Mm.
Okay, right. Well, no one like worships him, listens to his teachings, follows his guidance. He's a footnote in history
Mm.
because it was coming from the ego, and he was the most powerful man in the world in his time, but that power was illusory, so it faded away and was undone.
Mm.
Whereas Yeshua, in spiritual power, in fact, he's much more powerful now than he ever was 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Or more so. The power's only grown. Now, he has, well, a whole religion dedicated to him. And if you're a follower of A Course in Miracles, you are listening to this man's guidance every day. You're following his guidance in how to think and speak and act and how to live your life.
Mm.
So that's pretty profound stuff, really.
Yeah.
One man can have, such an impact on so many people over 2,000 years. 2,000 years later, his impact is as strong as it's ever been. It hasn't faded.
Mm.
Compare that to the ego. Well, I mean, it's chalk and cheese. It's not even a contest. It's a no-brainer. All right. So, any thoughts, comments, questions on the lesson? Anything you want to add? Anything you want to ask about? Shall we go into meditation?
Let's go into the meditation, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that then, because it is, in fact, 10:23.
I
Wow.
know. So,
Oh, we're going 5 hours. Oh my God, it doesn't seem like
I
5 hours.
know. By the time we finish, it'll be 11, and
Yeah,
then it would have
6
been
hours.
six hours.
I know. I know.
Crikey.
But the time just, you get a different perception of time,
Yeah, yeah.
don't you? Because it's like the time doesn't really seem to matter. Well,
Mm.
that's how it's like it doesn't seem like 6 hours. It seems
No,
like
it doesn't. When you think that's almost a working day, you
yeah,
but it hasn't really felt like it's been a
yeah,
working.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you understand my dilemma. It takes hours and hours and hours. I've done this years and years and years, and but it's. I just trust the process. It's all. I like. You have to do it properly. You have to do it to its fullest extent because it's the truth.
Mm. Mm.
All right, so let's do the med then. So this is a meditation on today's lesson, 162. So just making yourself comfortable. Sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Up your hands in your lap, close your eyes, and start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. Just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises, the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale, smile, scan your mind for any thoughts that are going on, whether those seem to be good or bad, difficult, negative or positive or even neutral. Just breathe into those thoughts. Feel any emotions that go along with them. Just inviting this higher awareness, this loving awareness into your mind, your awareness. opening your mind to the truth in this lesson. So find yourself that I am as God created me, or in alternative language, I am as perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends me. I am that I am. If you want to shorten it, that is the first name of God given in the Bible. In Exodus describes the burning bush experience of Moses, where this bush is burning and it's not burning up, it's just eternally burning. And his presence in the bush tells him he needs to go and free his people who are in slavery in Egypt. And he says, so who should I say has sent me? And this presence answers, I am that I am, or I am what I am. In Hebrew, Aya, Asha, Aya. I don't know how you translate that. I am that I am, or I am what I am. So simple, just a simple statement of the truth. So breathe that into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, and every fiber of your being is infused in this perfect loving awareness. Perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance is in you now. So breathe that into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. And then just exhale and sense of blowing out anything that contradicts this, any negative awareness. And imagine it's like a dark cloud or a black smoke. It's leaving you. It's going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest in this perfect loving awareness, this infinite abundance. Following the exhale, and to rest in it. Nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still. So just breathing in and out quietly through your nose. Observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. Let yourself sink a bit deeper with each breath into this deep, calm, quiet, peaceful place within your mind. This is home. This is the kingdom of heaven, as Yeshua called it. A state of mind without illusions. Pure, formless awareness of perfect love. Perfect loving awareness. Infinite abundance. These are all synonyms for this presence. There's really nowhere else to go. There's nothing else to do. Nothing else to think about. Except that light has come into your mind to bless the world. For you have recognized the Son of God, the extension of perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance that you are. And everyone's recognition of this lies in yours. So you've awoken, and so has everyone else. So just sink inwards into this perfect place of pure formless awareness. Just abide in this awareness. There's nothing you have to do. There's nowhere you have to go. There's nothing you have to think. Just be this perfect loving awareness, this infinite abundance. Feel into it. Breathe into it with your breath to help you feel into it. Just be quiet for a few minutes of deep silence. You're sinking deeper and deeper with each breath into the truth of who you really are, as God created you as perfect love, perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends you. So just feel into that. sinking deeper and deeper into this abundant state. Any thoughts come up, seemingly sabotage the deep peace of this idea. Just notice them, breathe into them. Remind yourself that I am as God created me, or I am as perfect loving awareness, and infinite abundance extends me. So bring the thought, the idea to this truth. You are as this perfect loving awareness extends you. How can anything else be real? How can there be any negative thought or emotion or circumstance, situation? And so just let go and sink inwards. The exhale, blowing so just rest in this perfect peace and stillness in which you are created and remain. You are perfectly extended, a perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance. Sinking down into this deep, quiet, eternal place in your mind that you never really left. You can get a recognition of that. This has always been there. It's never been absent. It's never gone away. Say to yourself, I am as this presence created me. I am as perfect, loving awareness and infinite abundance extends me. So it is. So just gently coming back now from this deep state of awareness. It's still there, but you're just going to become aware of the body, the breath, the senses in the world. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air into the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile, scan your mind. Again, noticing any thoughts, any feelings, emotions, related body sensations, and just remind yourself that I am as God created me, or am as perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends me. I am as I am. I am what I am. Say the truth of this out through the mouth. Just letting go of any remaining thoughts, emotions. Empty yourself completely. All that's going, gone as you blow it out with the breeze of your breath. Notice how chest and the stomach contract back in. Energy subsides back down. Going to rest in your groin. Count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair. Feet touching the ground. Notice what you feeling, touching, tasting. Smelling with your nose as you breathe in. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state of mind without judgment, not judging illusions as real. They just come and go. They do what they do. And just connect with this presence, this feeling, this power as your own true nature, as God or perfect loving awareness and infinite abundance extends you, not sometime in the past or only to be realized in the future, right now, right here, right now. Connect with it, you feel it. breathe that all into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being, in this infinite abundance. Feel it, connect with it, accept it as the truth of your reality. Say one more time, I am as God created me, I am as perfect loving awareness, and infinite abundance extends me. And so I am enough, and therefore I always have enough to meet all of my true needs and live a truly abundant, inspired, and purposeful life. Just connect with that, feel it deeply. Allow that to be in your mind for the rest of the evening, during your sleep, on into tomorrow and the rest of the week. So it is said and so it is done. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around, noticing whatever's going on in the room, focusing on any object for a second or two, and then moving on to another one. Just noticing that it's all very peaceful. There's this lovely, peaceful underlying awareness, this perfect loving awareness, this infinite abundance, just underlies it all. So you don't have to name or judge or label any of it. You just have to connect. You're going to anchor the state in, with the intention to stay here for the rest of the evening, on to the rest of your week tomorrow, and until our next session. So it is said, so it is done. Amen. And that brings us to the end of the meditation in tonight's session. All right, thanks, Archie.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan.
Ready for bed now?
Absolutely. Way
Oh,
past my bedtime.
Yeah, I'm ready for bed. I could start working, but maybe I'll just go to bed. You mind getting your stuff a bit later in the morning? I'm just
No, not at all. Not at
maybe
all.
just gonna go to bed actually.
Yeah.
Well, quite early.
I know. I just find the meditations just set me up perfectly for sleep. You know, I
Well, it
just
puts you into alpha state.
yeah. So I don't actually do
Relaxes the
anything
mind.
afterwards. I just
Yeah, but that's
sleep.
if you listen to sleep doctors, they say do a routine before bed
Mm,
that prepares you for. I mean, the one guy was saying, "Well, I don't care if you're watching screens." I'm like, no, really, that's probably not a good idea because
yeah,
that's going to wake you up. But this idea of something calming, relaxing.
yeah.
So a meditation is perfect. Or
Mhm.
provided you don't go too deep. If you go too deep, it's going to wake you up. But if it's
Yeah,
just like you start that process of quiet and then it's a signal to
yeah.
your mind. Then okay, it's time to relax. It's
Mm,
okay to start winding down.
mm,
And then just that's perfect preparation for bed because now you've given your body the signal. It's like right, you're totally ready because you're so used to it. Just go straight there. Don't
I know. And I start yawning
else.
at 9 o'clock, Jonathan. I really do.
Yeah,
I'm already feeling.
yeah,
I know when I
yeah.
start getting tired, like even when I'm reading, I'm thinking, oh, I'm making like mistakes
Yeah,
as I'm reading stuff because yeah. So
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
so
Okay. So I will see you
Yeah, we
I was
5 o'clock
wondering, can we do a Thursday? Is that doable?
Thursday.
Yeah, Gabriel's got some football on Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Pool or something. I've got to take him. So
Yeah. Uh,
Thursday evening. Does that work?
yes, yeah, I can do Thursday evening.
Yeah.
What,
Okay.
starting at 5 o'clock?
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
fine. We'll start at
Yeah.
5.
Okay. Yeah, that
Yeah.
should be
Okay.
fine.
I think Kim said she was busy this whole week. She's got stuff on. So it's good. And probably just gonna be us.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so I will see you then. In the meantime, I'm gonna work on that proposal.
Yes. Yeah.
I will send it to you once I'm done, probably Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we can have a separate chat about that if you want.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Great.
So see you Thursday.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Okay. Night to you too.
Yeah.
Stay.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Bye.
Namaste.
Okay, so that is a wrap for today. Thank you for joining the session. If you enjoyed that, why not hit the subscribe button? You'll be notified whenever we go live, which is twice a week at the moment. So you can catch it on the live stream or the recording. And maybe you want to go a bit deeper. So if you like what you heard and you'd like to go deeper, go to lifebuild.com and see that in the background, or there's a link below in the comments box below this video. Click on that or tap on that and put in your mobile number, and you can sign up to my Telegram group, to which I send a daily inspirational quotes like the one we looked at the beginning, and also the you'll get the daily lesson from A Course in Miracles. You'll get kind of blog post on the quote with some more information about it. Often some other resources like videos, my videos, archive videos, or other videos by teachers. Movies once a week, and a little mini meditation or breath break, as I call it, to help you practice the lesson, and invitations to join these live sessions, which you're welcome to do for 3 weeks at no charge. So a lot of good stuff, a lot of free resources available. Check it out at lifebuild.com, sign up, and I hope to see you in the group or maybe in one of these live sessions soon. So thanks for watching or listening, and namaste, which means the true self in me acknowledges and honors that same true self in you. I'm wishing you much love, peace, and joy in that self. Until next time, bye for